Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners meeting. We are having some technical difficulties with the link on the agenda. So we are posting a new link to the homepage. So if you're trying to get online, go to the homepage of the county website and you should find the link for today. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and open the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners formal session for August 31st, 2023. It is 10:08. And Jody, would you please lead us in the flag salute?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As you can. Thank you. Yeah. Next time you can sing it. All right. As you can see, we have a packed agenda today, so appreciate your patience and working through the agenda. Commissioners, item C is our calendar session. I did add a few things yesterday. So we have AOC, and I wanted to double check AOC Gina Nickel tour. Did you have 9:30 in the morning?
I don't, 11.
So we have 3 different times. So I want to make sure. 9:30, 11 and noon.
I had 11 o'clock to 12:30.
Okay. I will send an email to Gina and just follow up.
Email I got was going set up.
Okay, and just an FYI, I do have an ASA meeting that starts at noon over
Right.
the fire, so I will be there for about 45 minutes if it is at 11.
Okay. I think that's why we moved it up, but I'll double check.
Okay.
And then Thursday, the 7th, we have AOC committee meetings kind of sprinkled throughout the day, despite formal session. And then we have Director Mulkey in the afternoon, 2:30 on Thursday.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's here. I mean, that's
Yes,
at our offices.
yes. And anything else to add to the calendar? Nope. Okay. Item D is for public comment. This time period is reserved for public comment on any topic other than an agenda item, a quasi judicial land use matter, or a topic scheduled for a public hearing. So if you are here to comment on anything besides what's on the agenda or the public hearing, now is the time to come forward. Or if you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Okay. Seeing and hearing none, we will move on to department updates. There's nothing today. Item F is our work session. Nothing on our work session today. Item G is our consent agenda. Looks like we have a variety of contracts, surplus property, transit contracts. I did see Cynthia in the audience earlier. Hi, Cynthia. Any questions, commissioners, on the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, move approval.
None.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes. Okay. Item H is old business. H1 is consideration of approval of a board order in the matter of approving a decision on reconsideration, upholding the approval of planning docket number E-02-23, approval of an agritourism use permit for tax lot number 4312-00400, adopting findings in support of the decision on reconsideration. And this is continued from August 3rd of 2023. So commissioners, we, as you recall, we withdrew our last set of findings and sort of revamped it. And as far as I can see, and Jody, correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I can see, there was more specific information and language added to the actual use.
That's correct. So what we originally adopted was just, not just, but the staff finding. And as robust as that was, the newer versions goes into more depth into each of the particular criteria for approval.
Commissioners, we're good on the added language?
Yes.
More specific language? Okay. And I noticed if we have any questions, there's Mrs. Kellington is also online, so. Okay. If there's nothing further, no further questions, I will move that we adopt the new findings. Do we need to read anything? Okay. All right. Any further discussion?
None.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Great, thank you. Motion passes. Okay. Item I, other business, I1 is consideration of approval to add 0.95 FTE HS associate to the Health and Human Services position management roster. And this is in reference to item G5.
Chair, I move approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Starrett. I just have a quick question. So the funding attached to G5 is roughly 25,000. So I'm assuming the other part of this person will come from another part of the budget.
Correct.
Cost.
That's correct. It's going to be another source of funds, and this is also not just a single position. This is actually a couple of part-time
Part-time.
positions.
Okay,
Correct.
okay. Any further questions or discussion?
None.
None.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Great, thank you. Motion passes. I2, consideration of approval of agreement number 107-24400 between Yamhill County Health and Human Services and Chemeketa Community College in the not to exceed amount of $20,000. Chemeketa Community College's Bridging Institute for Inclusion and Belonging will provide cultural awareness training to HHS staff. This is effective October 3rd, 2023 through November 7th of 2023.
Chair, I'd asked for some supplemental information about this because wanted to make sure that any of these DEI contracts don't contain CRT language or anything that shames a particular race. So our Health and Human Services, looking at the curriculum, our Health and Human Services Director, Lindsay Manfred, has been very cooperative in getting the information from Chemeketa. They've presented supplemental information. The one question that I still had lingering was an evaluation given to staff prior to the training. What were those questions? So we got that this morning, and there was nothing in it that I thought was in any way going to compromise anybody's comfort or shame anybody, as a lot of these trainings we're seeing are right out of the gate shaming of people. So I was appreciative of the supplemental information, and I would move approval.
Okay. I noticed in the language, it says that we are contractually required to provide the training.
Mhm.
Is that part of a grant?
State.
It's per state relationship with HHS?
Yes, as part of our funding streams, whether it's OHA, we have so many different contracts, but
Mhm.
all the contracts do have provisions in that we do make sure that we're providing this training to our HHS staff per those agreements.
But we do have some latitude in what trainings we choose.
Sure,
And
sure.
this is one of those that I think is got some value, and it's within the bounds of what's reasonable, and no one's going to feel uncomfortable.
Okay, thank you for the follow-up on that. Any further questions or
None.
discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Great, thank you. Motion passes. Item 3, consideration of approval of an agreement between Yamhill County Health and Human Services and Amity School District to provide behavioral health counseling services in the not to exceed amount of $67,409.91 effective September 5th, 2023 through June 13th of 2024. I will move approval. Is there further discussion?
None.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Great, thank you. Motion passes. I4, consideration of approval of consideration of approval of an agreement between Yamhill County Health and Human Services and Dayton School District to provide behavioral health counseling services in the not to exceed amount of $67,409.91, effective September 5th, 2023 through June 13th of 2024.
Chair, I move approval.
Okay, is there further discussion?
None.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. I5, consideration of approval of an agreement between Yamhill County Health and Human Services and Newburgh School District to provide behavioral health counseling services in the not to exceed amount of $67,409.91, effective September 5th, 2023 through June 13th of 2024. Have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I was going to say you should take this one. Any further discussion?
None.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Great, motion passes. Thank you. I6, consideration of approval of a contract employment agreement between Yamhill County Health and Human Services and Susan Lamb for emergency preparedness and response management consultant services not to exceed 20 hours per week at a rate of $52.18 per hour, effective September 9th of 2023 through March 8th of 2024.
Chair, this is before your time, but Sue Lamb was our emergency manager a number of years ago, and she did a great job for the county. So I move approval. I'm glad that she's going to be working in this capacity.
Okay, I just had maybe some more technical questions. So considering we have Sergeant Young and we've also had a fairly robust internal structure with HHS in terms of COVID response and those kinds of things. Why the extra layer? Is there something specific that Ms. Lamb is supposed to be doing? A
That would
specific
be-
project?
That'd be a good question for Lindsay, but yeah, emergency management role is really looking at that county level and looking at all things, not necessarily working with individual departments on those detailed emergency response plans that a department might be working on. Brian will consult and assist with that, but really Brian's role is to look at the larger county response to an emergency, not necessarily into the department level responding to things. So, and so that's why Sue's going to be coming in and working with HHS on those elements, those specific plan elements.
And if you look at some of those elements that we are getting funding for, the public health emergency
Mhm.
preparedness is a significant line item there. And so that's
Correct.
in that capacity, she'd be working more on the public health emergency response, whereas
Correct.
Sergeant Young is working on the global
All the
response.
above. Because
the above.
this will actually, the effort and the planning that'll be going in here will help inform and will be going to Brian as well to be incorporated into that larger scope of work as well that
Right.
Brian does.
Okay. It seemed from the scope of the agreement that her job will be to revise existing PHEP plans. So medical countermeasures, environmental health,
Mhm.
public health emergency communications. So we already have those. We're just sort of revisiting.
Correct.
Okay. Any further questions on that?
None.
Did you move approval?
Uh,
Yes.
we
Okay.
did, yes.
All right. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, I7 is consideration of approval of the intent to award a contract to Community Wellness Collective, First Baptist Church McMinnville, and Yamhill Community Action Partnership for behavioral health housing services in Yamhill County.
Chair, if you remember, we had approved an intent to award for First Baptist Church and for YCAP.
Right.
From the HHS funding. So after more introspection and more looking at what the Community Wellness Collective could bring to this, they have also submitted an application. It was not initially accepted, but there was more paperwork, there was more due diligence, and there was more really looking into the work that they do. So at this particular point, since they were operating the shelter in Newburgh, and YCAP is rehabbing that for the complete navigation center to include a shelter expansion. Now they have moved to the North Side Church where they're operating a shelter in Newburgh. So that piece is being handled in the interim. We're working with Elise and with a number of people at the collective to make sure that the funding will cover what the work that they do. So that's why we've been talking to county council about how we can perhaps make that contract more reflective of it being an interim. So we're not necessarily adding an additional shelter that might not be needed once YCAP is up and running, but that this is going to go basically for the fiscal year, but it will be contingent upon services rendered. So if the shelter at the church is no longer needed because YCAP is up and running and able to deal with and have the capacity at the expanded shelter, then all expectations are that the other shelter would no longer be needed. So that's why the funding, the way we do the contract is really going to be very telling on whether it's an ongoing setup there, or this is interim and this is sort of remedial to a shelter that's not operational at this point.
Okay. I think we had some questions last time about how funding would be divvied up between at least the two of them. And now there's three. So is there any indication of how that might go?
Yes, in the original, if you remember, the last two that we approved in the original intent to award had dollar amounts, had scopes of service, had what the services were going to be per this award. The additional funding was not funding that we didn't have. We did. There was just a decision not to award it.
Okay.
To pause that.
I see.
Now that the due diligence has been done, the contract will now be drawn up to reflect that for not the entire ask, but a significant
Okay.
portion of that.
That makes sense.
Did I get that right, Kristen?
Yeah, that sounds right. We'll work with HHS to make sure that whatever the funding sources are that are applicable to these three agreements, that's accurately spelled out. And thanks for explaining a little bit more about the interim sort of month to month almost funding that this one shelter will receive. And then we'll work with HHS to make sure that that's handled appropriately.
So that contract will come back before the board.
All
meeting
three of the contract.
three.
at the same time.
It depends on
We'll
the
talk
time.
to- Yeah,
presumably.
we'll see if they'll be ready at the same time. Now that once the notice of intent to award, assuming it's approved, we'll start working with HHS to prepare the actual contracts.
And there weren't any other applicants, I
No.
don't think.
Just-
Right, these were
Just
the
the
three
three.
proposers. Yeah,
Okay.
so we wouldn't expect any protests, but you never know.
Well, that
So-
notice did go out with the applications and with the notice of intent to
Yeah.
award.
And
on
this
the
will
first day.
go out, this notice of intent to award will go out again as well.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
I would move approval of item I7.
Any further discussion?
None.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Great, thank you. Motion passes. Item I8 is consideration of approval of amendment number 5 to an agreement between Yamhill County and Siemens Industry, Inc. Board Order 19-504 for modifications to the PLC/VMS system upgrade in the Yamhill County Correctional Facility, adding 5 cameras and amending the not to exceed amount by $40,443 for a total of $1,905,044, effective upon full execution. I will move approval of item I8. Is there discussion or questions on this?
None.
So is the 40,000? There must be other upgrades for this, not just for 5 cameras
It's the cameras and the wire and the fiber and the service and all of
and the
the,
recordings of
yeah,
it and the,
back end.
okay.
um, I think I have the actual contract if you want to see it.
No, that's okay.
All right, if there's no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Great, thank you. Motion passes. Item I9 is discussion regarding the potential closure of High Heaven Road Gate. And commissioners, this is something that I requested to be added based on some feedback that we were getting from constituents last week in relation to the Ball Bearing Hill fire. We do have some public comment on this item, but I think what would be beneficial is to get kind of a brief overview of past discussions on the High Heaven Road Gate. There's been many. There's been one at least since I've been here. So, and they date back further. So I don't know, Ken, if you're comfortable doing that, just a brief overview like we talked about this week.
Sure, I'll see if I can summarize 24 years
Yeah.
of discussions on this. So originally, back in 2001, the then board approved a permit to install the gates at High Heaven Road and to close those gates. That same year, that board also approved removing limited maintenance because it is a county road there. So there was two functions that were done in 2001. In 2018, we had requests that came forward to open up the gates, to remove the gates. And in 2019, after a public hearing, the board adopted Board Order 19-54, which approved the gates remaining in place, but ordered that the gates be locked in an open position. And then the second action that was done also in 2019 was reestablishing limited maintenance to that section of road for public works to perform some limited maintenance on the road. And so we have a board order 19-54, which reinstated the approval and then also set some new conditions, for one of those being the gate needs to be kept in a locked open position. And here we are today.
Well, and we, this was when Commissioner Cooley was here, but I think that was 2021, because it was after the Labor Day fires that we had some concerns about should we close them based on wildfire risk. And at the time, the testimony, if memory serves, the testimony was more concerned about people having access to getting out if something were to happen. They wanted to make sure they could escape if a fire was moving up or down the hill. There was also considerable testimony about access to the public land up there, the BLM land. And the Hunters Association and various others came and testified that they felt that it should stay open. So at the time, we chose to essentially not take any action and leave them open.
Yeah, and there was two wildfire related concerns. There was the one, like you mentioned, about egress for people who live up in that area. And then the second part, because with Weyerhaeuser's concern, was about potential fire risk by having that open and access during fire season as well. So it was kind of twofold, two arguments on wildfire, but one advocating to lock the gate and one advocating to keep the gates open. So.
Okay. And just to recap, the authority of the board is that we can choose to open or lock the gates irregardless of what Weyerhaeuser is requesting or not requesting. However, if Weyerhaeuser does want the gates locked, they have to have a formal request come forward, essentially.
Yeah, so in the current permit, under condition number 2, Weyerhaeuser shall lock both gates in the open position unless instructed in writing by the board to close and lock the gate.
Okay.
What's the condition that's in there?
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start with public comment on this topic. I hope that was kind of helpful to get an overview of how we got here. This, like Ken said, this discussion has been going on for over 2 decades. So I will start with, and forgive me if I mess up your name. Is it PJ or DJ Kime? Come on up, please.
Chair, I just want to remind the board, I had forwarded some pictures we received of the recent fire to your emails, and they contained photographs. So whether or not we can get those photographs up on the screen, all the commissioners have seen the photographs that were sent. So
Yes.
I don't know if Ms. Novak is here, but we do have. the
Well,
photos.
I hate to be first in anything, but here I am.
Okay,
Welcome, sir.
go ahead. Good morning.
There's a room full of people here who have the same thought that I have. We lost the last petition about having the gates open by one vote. 2 voted okay, we lost 1 by 1. We now have a library of information which many of the people here have. I have some of it, but I'd be here all day if I tried to go through it. My comment is, we're asking a repeal on the vote. We would like to have the gates re-locked year-round for various reasons, not only for fire protection, but for many other reasons. So beyond that, I'll allow somebody else to have some time, say what they have to say.
Thank
Okay.
you. Can you, for the record, can you state your name and address, please?
Name and address, Dennis Kime, 6705 High Heaven Road,
Thank you. Thank you. Dennis.
45 years there.
Thank you. Appreciate
you.
it. Okay. Okay. Oh, you guys, the handwriting. Jeff? Is it fake? Lake,
Like, I guess no.
Flake, okay.
Thank you, commissioners, for your ear.
Thank you. If you could state your name and address for the
Sure,
record.
Jeff Lake, 6500 Northwest High Heaven Road. I think what makes this gate unique is that it's only 8 miles from here, and behind that gate is seclusion. So you've got this population center here, and it's attracting more than our share of the ne'er-do-wells, the illegal activities, because once you're behind that gate, you're free. So we know the reasons: the campfires, the non-licensed vehicles, the dumping, the partying after dark, and other things just of that nature. But I agree, it's a county road and everybody in the county should have access to it. But at the same time, we've either got to police it harder to make it unattractive to go up there and hang out, or close it, especially close it maybe during fire season, because the risk is just so high to our group. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. It looks like I have a Tim and Lisa Novak. You're welcome to come up together. That's fine. Welcome, and if you can state your name and address for the record, appreciate it.
I'm Lisa and this is Tim, 6420 High Heaven Road. And I am the one that sent the pictures, and I was hoping they could be viewed of the burn site.
I can forward them.
Do you want me to forward them to you? Can you get them they're in an email, they're not on a, let me just send them to you.
Tim and I drove up to the site on Monday, a week after the fire, and just walked the perimeter and took these pictures. And I support gate closure during fire season. I think we really need to start taking better care of this area. And I would hope the community as a whole would realize that protecting it by closing the gate, if just during fire season, would be a huge step towards just having it for everyone to enjoy.
Thank you.
I would like to add that Jeff and Joe Kine are both correct. The activities that are prohibited are clearly stated at the east gate. Day use hours, no target shooting. This happens constantly. Even up by the fire zone, there was a pile of shotgun shells. Who wants to recreate when there's target practicing going on? The proposed bike park on Ball Bearing Hill is just going to exacerbate the problem. High Heaven Road will be the major access, not just for the biking community, but since word is getting out, more of the community to go up and do either the partying, the shooting, or anything else out of public eyes. There is no support by the Yamhill County Sheriffs up in this area. We have been told if it's more than 25 feet off the center line of the road, it's the landowner's problem. We don't have the authority to put the stop to it. The Ball Bearing Hill, I would like for folks to reconsider the incredible chain of events that happened there and how one pivotal moment made a big difference. One person out at 2 a.m. in the morning to see it. How much would it have grown had that not happened? Helicopter support was called in. You know, the News Register put out a pretty good article about this. Going up there, you will see how rugged the terrain was and how quickly it could have gotten out of hand. You don't need to look too far in Oregon. 176,000 acres in Oregon is either on fire or has been burned, according to the latest news reports. Why should we sacrifice our corner of Oregon? In all honesty, it's kind of ironic. About a week prior, the National Weather Service issued a red flag warning for the northwest corner of Oregon. I called the Yamhill County Road Department to get the gate closed. A little over a week later, here's the Ball Bearing Hill fire. Closing the gate during fire season is a simple thing to minimize, not stop, this kind of activity. It does not stop the recreation. It just stops vehicular traffic. The night before the fire on Sunday, 2 vehicles went racing up the road at a high rate of speed, very loud vehicles, 10:30 at night, disappeared into the woods. The next morning we have a fire. Whether it's connected or not, who knows? Nobody will step forward. But the preponderance of evidence is there that these activities, the campfires and everything else, are leading to an unstable condition up there, where not just the residents will pay for it, but so will the timber companies and ultimately Yamhill County. When you look at the map of the area, you will see where McGuire Reservoir is as part of the city of McMinnville's watershed. A simple shift in the wind. How much would Yamhill County lose? That's all I have to say, other than please reconsider the decision. At the very least, close it during fire season. It does not stop the recreation. It just stops the vehicular traffic. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Sure.
I had invited Mike Cafarata from ODF.
He's on there.
Yep, Mike is on there.
Okay, I just would like him to have the opportunity to talk to.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
I'll add him to my list. Thank you very much.
And
Thank
sorry,
you.
they're looking at the volume of pictures. I don't have the ability to just
That's
kind of run a slideshow, but we'll make sure that, you know, it sounds like the board already received copies of it and
You've seen
we'll add it
pictures,
to the
Commissioner?
record.
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
Thanks, Ken. There's a lot of them, yeah.
yes.
And thank you for the pictures. That's, picture is worth 1,000 words and very clearly there's, thank you for them. So we have seen them. Unfortunately, not everybody will see them, but we've got them and they'll be in our packet.
Okay. I think the first name is Sean Slowick. Okay. Welcome. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Sean Slowick, PO Box 113, Amity, Oregon.
Thank you, Sean.
As a recreator in the area, use it quite often. I know there's been discussions about closing the gate before, positive, negatives, you know. I really see it being a positive during, you know, fire season, like the one at the top of Baker Creek. They've closed that and we, you know, had very minimal, and there's no access basically up there. The only problem is High Heaven is, you know, you got access up Vaughn Road, right up to Ball Bearing Hill, whether they came up High Heaven, whether they came up Ball Bearing or Vaughn Road, or came up off of Meadow Lake Road. You've got lots of access to that same area because it is public land, basically. The High Heaven area is, you know, starts at Weyerhaeuser Land and ends at Hampton Land. There's a little piece of BLM ground there that doesn't actually touch the road. So access to it, you'd have to go across private land to get to that small piece of BLM is in one section, basically. So kind of torn about, you know, permanently closing it. You know, during fire season, definitely sounds like a good idea, you know, maybe give the residents up there, you know, a key, you know, like a lease key or something like that. That way, you know, if something was down below them, heading up the hill, fires usually burn faster uphill than they do like the ball bearing fire. It started at the top of the hill, work its way down, was kind of a slow burning fire. But that's one you know, one possible remedy of it, you know, closing it during fire season. Or if it was permanently closed in the same situation, give the residents an access key, not to their own little playground, but, you know, in case there was an emergency, you know, fire down below them, burning up the hill, they could get out the other way, basically. You know, the proposed bike park set out by the city of McMinnville, going to be a real huge, because that's going to be one of the main access points to that park, which starts at Ball Bearing Hill and ends at the Panther Creek. I don't know if these residents realize how many more cars and people are going to be accessing that area. You know, it's something that's set out by Meet McMinnville area. They've gotten proposed funding from Travel Oregon or whatever like that. But, you know, I think that's going to be a real concern later on. It's not quite it's in the process of being built right, or getting the funding right now, but not necessarily, you know, construction up there. But that will bring a lot of people. They're wanting people to go clear out Panther Creek, go up Vaughn Road. If you got an easier access coming up High Heaven Road, that's hundreds of cars every, you know, every weekend basically going up there. And I'm not saying that they're the riffraff, but you know, they're mountain bikers and you're going to bring more access to it. Again, I'm torn about shutting it permanently because I do access that, you know, it's a nice, you know, but there is a lot of burning going on up there, campfires, partying, because it is fairly close to McMinnville and Baker Creek's closed. So, you know, it's, like I say, I'm kind of torn about permanently closing it. So I think the mountain bike park will definitely have a huge effect on the people that live up there. I don't live on High Heaven Road. I live in Amity, but I do access, you know, recreate up there quite often, three times a week. So real concerned about the fires, you know, it's I hate to see something burn up when you can ever avoid it. So
Sure.
yeah.
This bike park, so the second time that's come up, does anybody know if it's McMinnville owned property or BLM?
It's
or-
actually BLM property. And they've applied for a permit there. And I've gone to the meetings and part of their deal was it's BLM property, but they got across Weyerhaeuser property because the sections come together on Weyerhaeuser property. And they don't have a parking lot at the bottom of Panther Creek. It's proposed, that's where the main staging area was supposed to be, at the bottom of Panther Creek, and everybody's supposed to go out West Side Road, go up Meadow Lake to Panther Creek, go up that exit it that way. Well, as a crow flies, it's not very fast. As a crow flies going up High Heaven, you know, you can cut 10 miles off your trip basically. But from what I've heard through the meetings is their parking lot at the bottom of Vaughn Road where it meets Panther Creek, which is Weyerhaeuser property. Their agreement with Weyerhaeuser to put a parking lot on there, which evidently technically isn't in the works yet because they don't have an environmental impact statement because it's right by Carlton's watershed, was that Weyerhaeuser would allow them to put a parking lot on that, on Weyerhaeuser property. But the agreement was to put the parking lot down there, High Heaven Gate would have to be closed. And that's what their agreement with Weyerhaeuser was. That's what was said at the very last meeting of Meet McMinnville. I think it's Cycle Yamhill County, CYC, Cycle Yamhill County. They're the group behind it. So again, that was just me going to the meeting and listening to what was said, wondering where the parking lot was, you know, because Vaughn Road, I don't know if anybody's driven up it or not, is fairly steep.
Yeah.
It's a steep road. If you can go, again, I don't know, it sounds to me like they've got a lot of plans, and plans for funding, but, you know, access to it, especially seeing as how it's a McMinnville thing, it looks to me like it's more of a Carlton access type of situation. But if, like I say, if I knew about it, I wouldn't go all the way up Panther Creek. I'd go up High Heaven Road.
Right. Well, I
Maybe
appreciate the
something
info.
that- What's that?
Appreciate the info. It sounds like something that the county should be involved in,
Yeah.
Exactly.
considering the fact
Especially
that we,
Most of the access is gonna go through High Heaven.
right.
Even
You're
though it's
right.
not spoken that way.
Yeah.
Obviously, if somebody GPSs it or knows what they're
Exactly.
doing, they're gonna go High Heaven.
Because everything they're looking at, putting everything on Trails Forks, which is, they're gonna be sanctioned trails, which there's trails up there now in the areas around, you know, whether it's around it, but they're not sanctioned trails. Sanctioned trails are, they'll be on a national, somebody wants to go mountain biking in Oregon or go to the bike shop here, guess what? That's where they're, you know, you just pull up on Trail Forks and the trails will all be there and all the roads accessing there. I look at the amount of traffic that goes by there now. And I don't live up High Heaven Road, and I totally sympathize with the people that have to deal with all the people, you know, the riffraff, there's you know, people go up there hunting, and I'm not against hunting, but most of the areas between Vaughn Road and the lower High Heaven Gate is all, a majority of it's hunting leases through Weyerhaeuser anyway, so there's no hunting up there, you know, other than the Hampton ground that's up above.
Unless you
it,
have
or
permission is what you're saying.
Hancock, yeah, exactly. And we've had a couple of car fires up there. You know, and I understand the sheriff's office is struggling, but you know, they used to have, you know, cops patrol up that area. And everybody's stretched, and I understand that totally, you know, but it's kind of one of those things that could they have prevented this ball bearing hill fire? You know, it was human caused, but you know, there's mattresses up there. There's, you know, it's kind of like you'll haul a mattress, garbage 20 miles out of town when you could have, you know, just gone down, but you know, it is what it is. But you know, it's really too bad because it's those couple of people that ruin it for everybody. You know, we lucky we haven't had any fires up there. They've done a pretty good job of forest management. Weyerhaeuser, you know, they like, you know, and Hampton owns property up in there. So,
Thank you.
okay.
Appreciate it,
Very
Sean.
much.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, before we get to Mike, I want to still acknowledge that he had his hand up, but I have one more from, is it Tony? Tony Mode. Welcome, Tony. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Tony Mode, 6600 Northwest High Heaven Road. Yeah, I live up there. Since the gate's been open, I feel like my kids they weren't able to use the road like they used to. It's really depreciated, I think, the value and the uniqueness of the property that I bought. I feel like the value's been kind of depleted. All hours, high-speed cars. So far, I think there's 3 stolen cars still up there. One hasn't been shot up yet. So there's another risk of fire there. I'll call them in, they won't come and get them. Homeless camps, parties that have been mentioned. Road maintenance, they haven't maintained that road past the gate since they closed it or opened it. Not that I know, that I've seen. We have to pay about $400 a year for oil And that kind of doesn't seem pretty fair to, we didn't have to do that before. And there's only, from gate to gate, it's only 3 miles. And that's, people can walk and bike up there, and I feel like, and there's multiple access points beyond that. So I just feel like we should at least close the gate during summer and high fire danger. And that's pretty much what I gotta say. Oh, and last month I had to pull a gentleman out of this beautiful abandoned bank in my house. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous.
Don't be.
No worries.
It's okay. Thank
So,
you for coming. We
yeah.
appreciate it.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
I don't live there, obviously. But if you were, let's say the gates were closed during summer for fire season, if you were given a key, an emergency key.
That's
it-
what I would propose. I think that's a simple solution.
Okay,
Give
because
them-
it's not just a quick unlock and run. These are substantial gates. This is.
Yeah, they're
so-
pretty easy to open with a key, yeah. I think that would be the solution.
Wow,
Yeah.
okay,
And that's about it. Thank you.
okay. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, I'm a late replacement for warehouses today, but I can offer some
Okay,
insight.
sure. Why don't you come on up? I'm gonna call on Mike Caparata real quick because he's been waiting. So Mike, if you are still on,
Can you fill out a green sheet just with your name so that we have record of it? Thank you.
Hello, Commissioner Burschauer. Can you hear me okay? How about now? Can you hear me now?
Mike, you might be muted.
No, it shows.
There we go.
Oh, good. Great. Welcome. Hello, everybody. Good to see you here today. My name is Mike Cafaretta. I'm the District Forester for the Oregon Department of Forestry. And I'm actually down right now working on the Bedrock Fire, which is out in Lane County and actually started from illegal public use down along Fall Creek. And unfortunately, it spread into roadless, difficult ground and mostly on Forest Service, but it's at about 30,000 acres and $50 million, and has spread out and burned, I think, about 700 acres of private land. So I took time out just because I thought it was an important topic. I appreciate being invited. Just a couple of thoughts about what you're dealing with there. I realize our agency, of course, has wildland fire suppression responsibilities. We work jointly with the rural fire departments. I think that's an important component here to think about, is that with the Ball Bearing Hill fire, for example, when that text came in at 1:45 in the morning, and it said, I think it said football field sized glow in the distance. And so that, of course, sets my staff looking for that spot, and also the rural fire department. So those volunteers are out trying to find that fire. So they're an important partner in this. So I want to make sure we mention that. But I realize you're trying to balance public access with protection of your community and protection of the residents and protection of the watershed and protection of the forest. And so the few things I had to add to this, first of all, we know the public starts fires. That's not, I think we all know that. We struggle with that on the state forest as well. And so it's especially hard at night, and it's especially hard where there's unmonitored areas. And so that spot you're talking about is exactly what happens. We expect that to happen. We know it happens. I think it's the second fire in that area. So this one went to 4 acres, and we had another one there, I think just after the gates were opened, actually, we caught smaller. And I think the other thing I would say is that fire seasons were getting worse. And so, maybe 20 years ago, we didn't have nearly as many red flag days, and fuel moistures were generally lower. But I think as time goes on here, those are worse and worse, more and more days. It can be devastating. And so I think it's a really important topic that you're dealing with there. The fire cost about $60,000. We don't have all the costs totaled yet, so that's not an exact number, but in round numbers, I think that's pretty good. That'll be split, various ways, some by the local landowners right there in your area, and some by the general fund, and some on this one will be paid by the BLM because it was BLM ground. And I think that's, fire is getting very expensive to fight. So that's definitely a part that I think you should think about. Another person made the point that you're not shutting off all access, that on the state forest, we do the same thing. We have fire gates. We shut them during extreme conditions, and we don't necessarily exclude everybody, but we exclude vehicular traffic. And that does a good job of keeping out people that are really undesirable and are going to do things that are dangerous. And people that generally walk in, we don't have a problem with fire starts from them. At least our history does not show that. And so I like the idea of shutting it during fire season, that as your protection forester who's responsible for fire protection, I think that's a wise choice. So I realize that people like to access that area, but I think in today's world that it's almost irresponsible not to shut gates. So as the person has to deal with it, that's how I feel. So.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks,
I
Mike.
have a question about the criteria for shutting a gate. And maybe this is happening in other counties, but is it simply the entire season that they're opting for, or is it a risk level that seems to come into play?
Yeah, so that's a good question. The way gates work is they're landowner specific. And so a lot of the timber companies have turned to shutting their gates all the time because of the dumping and the problems they have in the wintertime, homeless camps. So those are private landowners. As you go into the public landowners, we actually have a mixture on the Tillamook State Forest. We have some gates we shut year round because of the dumping and also community protection. Where there's a lot of target shooting, we have areas where people don't choose good backstops, and we had bullets impacting the community. And so we tried everything we could think of to stop that with signs and with boulders and with, those kind of issues, and we couldn't stop it. And we ended up having to put in gates that are shut all the time so the bullets didn't impact the community and also go into Highway 6. And you would think that in today's world, people would know to use a safe backstop for their bullets. And the fact of the matter is people don't. And I've seen people shooting right out into the open with Highway 6 behind them, and you point it out to them and they apologize and go somewhere else. And then, so on the state forest, where we have a lot of public use and a lot of public pressure, we also have gates that we only shut during extreme. And so we haven't shut them this year. We came close. I would like to shut them more often. I think once we have a couple of really devastating fires, we'll be more restrictive. But I think because of the public pressure there, it will probably take a catastrophe before we get to that spot. I would rather shut them sooner and prevent the catastrophe rather than waiting till the last, waiting for that to happen. So there are other levels you could do. You could say anytime during fire season, or we also have a color system. We have low, medium, or low, moderate, high, and extreme. And a middle ground might be to shut them during moderate. That during low, probably a low chance of a fire doing any significant damage and costing very much money and putting a community at risk. But I think I would absolutely shut them at moderate.
Okay, I had a conversation with Fire Chief yesterday, and Yamhill County is at high risk. We're not at extreme. And I don't know that we've been at extreme, but we did have the red flag warnings. So how do the red flag warnings come into play?
Yep. So there are two different systems. The red flag warning is done by the National Weather Service, and they have certain criteria for that. And then, so that's their job to manage that. And we use that as one input. And then what we do to set the low, moderate, high, and extreme is we look at that combined with what the situation is with the fuels. So what condition our fuels are in. And we try to save extreme for what's really extreme. And when we do that, we shut down people in the woods who are making a living, and we shut down those kind of things. And so we want to use that judiciously. We don't want to prevent people from working if we don't have to. And so we haven't hit that trigger point yet this year. We've been very close.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Mike?
Appreciate, Mike, you taking the time out of something that sounds pretty dire, but appreciate you being here. It's really good input.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm actually going to go back to what I'm doing over here unless you have more questions. So I wish you well. I know it's a challenging conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we are joined by Tim Tompkins from Weyerhaeuser. Welcome, Tim.
Good morning. Prior to about 8 o'clock, I didn't know that I would be here today. So I apologize for not being and I had no plans of speaking today. So, but I just felt compelled to try to offer some information. I've worked this area of the tree farm for the last 23 years. I worked for Willamette Industries prior to Weyerhaeuser.
Mhm.
And I was around when the initial gate was installed on High Heaven Road. I guess from my perspective, I think there's some solutions that would probably make everybody happy. Maybe not entirely, but I think there's some middle ground to be achieved. Prior to the gate being locked open, Weyerhaeuser's policy on that gate was just no motor vehicles. It didn't restrict public access. And I would point out that the stretch between High Heaven and Vaughn Road is entirely on private property. It does not really access public ground. And there is Vaughn Road, which does, and Meadow Lake and other entry points to the BLM to the west that do access public land. So it's never been our intent to shut recreationalists out. I think where we got sideways was Weyerhaeuser manages a lot of different recreational programs, one of which is permit holders, and we don't have any permit type of access in this part of our ownership, but we do have a couple private leases on some property that are on either side of High Heaven Road. And I think that it was never the intent to shut people out of that access road for horseback riding, hunting, biking, that sort of thing. But it came to attention of some that we were blocking it off. Relative to fire season, I think that the gate that's there, we can accommodate tabs in the lock system where maybe a group of neighbors, if there was ever a fire, they would have access to escape that way. Currently to the south on Baker Creek, White Road, and where Vaughn Road ties into that road system, our agreement with the BLM is to only lock the gates during fire season. And so during fire season, the area to the south is blocked off. The public still has access around off of Peavine and then to the north off of Meadow Lake and Vaughn Road. And then during hunting season and after fire season, those gates are open back up. So I think that I would probably prefer that it went back to the way it was before, where it was locked entire year round, and because there really is access around that point, and the road only crosses private property there. But I am cognizant of the hunters and recreationalists. We support that activity as well. I don't know if there's anything else I can add, but
I have a question.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but I had a conversation with some of our sheriff's deputies about activity beyond High Heaven Gate, but also elsewhere in the county, just to kind of see and compare. They reported that your gate at Turner Creek,
Yep,
that's closed currently
for fire season only.
for fire season only,
Yep.
okay, that they've had to respond multiple times because people are getting stuck behind it. Is that consistent with?
There are multiple users of that gate, including ODF, BLM, Hillsborough Water. And with that many users and logging and everything else that goes on, there are times about anything you can imagine with locks and gates is possible to happen. We try to keep locks on the gate and keep it in operating condition, but at times somebody leaves the gate open or somebody cuts the lock off. And so there's a variety of scenarios that happen with that gate, but that's always a concern with the gate.
Okay. I guess my concern is that, and that's a Weyerhaeuser gate, correct?
Yes.
My concern is that that the sheriff's department seems to be the one that is having to respond multiple times. Is there another chain of sort of communication there that can occur?
We have a security person that helps out as
Okay.
much as possible. And we have contractors that help, but
Okay.
like I say,
Stuff happens.
there's a lot of different scenarios. I would say that I manage timber ground from Highway 20 to the south to up to Gaston and all the way to the coast and down to Newport.
Mhm.
This area of Yamhill County is probably about as bad that I've seen anywhere in the jurisdiction where I work. If you look at what happens out Peavine Road,
Mhm.
Willamina Creek, White Road, and on that whole road system, and the problems that come with living next to an area where people in town escape and go out to the woods, just a lot of bad things happen out there. What helps, I think, for law enforcement is if you have a system of roads that tie in multiple places where people that are causing problems go through, cause problems and go out a different way, that is problematic. And if you have restricted access, some of that is reduced. And I think that's what we attempt to do during the fire season, is cutting off the traffic that cuts through High Heaven and goes out the other way, and in their path they leave garbage and fires and dumping and everything else, and it's hard for law enforcement to respond to those issues.
Okay.
The road prior to it being closed was maintained by Willamette Industries and Weyerhaeuser. And since that time, I think the reason it's the maintenance, I don't know that Yamhill County is putting money into it. It's been rocked, but that's because the BLM had timber sales that came out that way. And
Okay.
typically with private, the forest industry and BLM and these agreements there's a user maintenance that takes place. So over the years, it's been maintained by Weyerhaeuser. Conversely, to the south on Peavine Road, Willamina Creek, it's also a county road, but it's not maintained, and it has a lot of issues with maintenance. And obviously, Yamhill County can't maintain every road out there all the time, but that is one of the issues with forest type of roads that are county roads that are unmaintained.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Any
Thank-
questions for
Thanks for
Tim?
being here. No,
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on short notice too.
Thank you.
Good job.
Okay, I believe we have made it through public testimony. Unless you are online and you wanted to provide comment, please raise your virtual hand. Okay, seeing none. I want to open it up for discussion. Commissioners, I did not anticipate an hour-long conversation on this topic, but I'm glad that we did because clearly it's on everyone's mind. I am interested in probably working with Sergeant Young, maybe on some type of ratings. I don't want to just have a one-off decision. I want to make sure that we put some thought into this and it's a yearly action. It's based on a set of criteria. So perhaps looking at a rating system where we might trigger the closure of the gates. I'm also very concerned about this proposed mountain biking park trail system and the impact to the county. I don't believe that we've been involved in any of those discussions, at least I haven't.
No, first I heard of it.
So we definitely need more information on that. And I appreciate folks bringing that forward to our attention.
Mhm.
Thoughts on the gate?
having been through the last process, I could have told you we were going to have a rather robust discussion today. And that's because it really isn't, sorry for the pun, an open and shut case. We've had people, we've literally had hours and hours and hours of testimony, pro and con for the gates being open, the gates being closed. My feeling from the last time and from what we are hearing today is we are in a different day. And we no longer have, we can, people can honor the rules and people can behave appropriately. We are seeing people do things that we've never seen before, and it's impacting our health and our safety. And I completely understand the gravity of waking up to a fire. I've similarly experienced something like that. And when you're in a rural situation, if you don't see it at 2 a.m., you're done. So I am very pro keeping the gates closed during the fire season and giving access to the residents to, just like we discussed last time, so that if there was an issue, there could be egress. I think it's entirely doable, but I think we're just seeing way too much. I mean, the dumping, the fires, the shooting, people driving up there in the middle of the night, and you're done. You don't have access, and there will be no patrols there. We just don't have the manpower to do that. So I think we've seen enough. I don't know what the process is as far as whether or not we need to have a hearing before we make a decision.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. If you had a question about process, I think it depends on what the board wants to do. I think, and I'm going to look at Christian, because under the current permit that allows the gate to be there under subsection 2, the board could instruct Weyerhaeuser to close the gates under the current permit, if I'm reading that correctly. Now, it's pretty generic language, so it would allow, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a one-time and you have to do it each year. So if you wanted to develop, like the chair was talking about, a criteria that comes along with that and give some instructions, close the gate during, if the following reasons, you could do that as a board without necessarily going into a hearing. The other option would be is you could, that may require a hearing, but if you wanted to repeal the current permit and reopen that issue and replace it with different conditions, that's available to you as well. So,
Sorry.
so
Thought about it is that the board.
Which is a little bit counter too, right? But as Ken said, under the current board order, how it would take to close the gate to be able to.
Okay. And essentially, if the board made a motion and gave us directive to do that, then we'd put together a letter and send it to Weyerhaeuser to secure it based on those conditions that the board approved.
That's something we could do today per the original board order.
Correct. That's my understanding, Chris.
And
can-
maybe I'm not well versed in this, but my hesitation would be to, and I'm putting myself in the place of one of these homeowners, is in the case of an emergency where a fire is roaring up the hill, I'm panicking to a certain degree. I want to make sure those homeowners know what to do and how to get through the gate quickly. I don't know what that entails, if that's something that we have to train folks on, but that's paramount for me.
That
needs
could
to
be their own association that they come up with, that they have their own group. It seems like quite a few homes are up there. They get together, come up with a plan, have 2 or 3 keys with 2 or 3 key people that have them. And I wouldn't propose everybody get one, but I'm also not ready to make a decision on this either. There's a lot more information I want to go gather. One, go up there myself, inspect everything, just look at it. I'd like to go up there with maybe one of the sheriffs or deputies and just kind of get a tour and see what their hands-on experience is, because sometimes that's different based on comments that we get. It seems like I didn't hear anybody disagree with a limited closure during fire season, so that seems like a very good idea. There's definitely some details that need to be worked out. Love the idea of probably not having just one person saying, hey, it's time to close the gate, but have a group, get with Chief Warden, because I know that they're trying to come up with a committee or a group of fire departments to assess when we should be changing our fire degree signs. So maybe it's that same group that decides when those signs should change, that decide when the gate could be closed. But it sounds like the general consensus from both sides is that they are okay with the gate being closed during a limited time during fire season.
Unless, of course, we just make the fire season from, just when you look at the backyard burning bans, those are pretty much prescriptive.
That's a long time. I know there's a lot of thought process that goes into when they change the low, moderate, high, extreme
Right.
signs that you see on the highway. There's a lot of process that goes into it. It's not just something that they, oh, it's low now and it's high a week later and then back to low again. It's a progression of weather. There's a lot that goes into it. And it's a way above my head. But I think that group that monitors all that would be a great group to rely on for information.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think my hesitation with the risk level is that things can change very quickly. And I don't think we were in extreme levels when the Labor Day fires hit of 2020, and those were right up outside of Newburgh. So
Mhm.
things can change very rapidly. And I think that's my concern, is that we weigh that with just the inherent danger of July, August, maybe September in general. So I'm also in the last time we had this discussion, I believe I voted against closing them because of the issue of public access to public land. It's not our land, it's the public's land. And so with a potential closure, I want to make sure that the impact of On Road and the other access points, that we have an understanding of what potentially could happen and the impact of those areas before we just make that decision.
It sounds like even when back in the past, when the gate was closed, access still is there. You just can't take a motor vehicle up there.
That's what I
You
mean.
can take your bike up there. You can take your horses up
Right.
there.
You can walk up there.
Right. I would still have a very cohesive approach to who says the gate closes. I don't know that I'd set a specific date because every year is going to be different. And I'd base it off of something that we already have, which are our fire extreme signs.
But to the chair's point, that doesn't necessarily correlate to it's now safe to burn. It's now safe to have a gate open, because it does happen quickly. And we know typically when it happens, it's between these months. That's when we have the problem.
Well, maybe it's something, I texted Sam Elliott while we're sitting here, and just to see how much we did patrol up there. It's on average about twice a week.
And it's
Maybe,
never at night.
no, and maybe it's something that we try to address to increase patrols up there.
Well, everybody wants to do that, Commissioner. Everybody in the rural areas wants additional rural patrols, and we don't have it. Nor are we required by the state to do, and we don't have the manpower. I wish we did. We sure need it.
Okay, well, it sounds like we have some questions that need to be answered. I don't want to stall this out though, because we are in the middle of fire season. So my hope is that we can get some of this pulled together for next week and make a decision. And if that means site tours, we can get that lined up.
Anything I need to know, I can round up in a week, so no problem.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you everyone for coming and testifying. Appreciate it. We appreciate your perspectives.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the pictures.
Okay, so we will move the discussion of the closure of High Heaven Road Gate to next week, which I believe is the 7th, September 7th. Yeah, 7th. Okay, so that concludes the bulk of our agenda. I am going to have us take a 10 to 15-minute break. We received quite a bit of new information on the public hearing, so I want to make sure that commissioners have time to review that before we get into the public hearing. So we will come back at 11:35.
Like Mr. Bean, the cat. No.
There's our cue. All right, welcome back, everybody. That was a little bit longer, but there's a lot of information to get through here, so. We are picking up at item J, which is our public hearing. J1 is docket PA-01-21, a request by Brian and Kathy Bellairs and Bestwick LLC to place 95.3 acres of property into the Newburgh Urban Reserve Area for future urban uses as recommended by Newburgh Ordinance 2023-2911.
Chair, I don't know if it's appropriate or not. I spoke to our planning director about, just for the record, that I had, in terms of stating for the record, I'd been on the Newburgh Area Planning Commission with Commissioner Johnston when this was discussed and there was a hearing there, and also that I do live 13 minutes away from it, and some people consider it in my neighborhood. I do not. However, I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, I'm going to officially open the hearing. Way to set us off here. All right. Are there any abstentions by members of the board?
No.
No, but I will declare something.
We'll get
down
there.
the line.
Just a
Okay.
second. Are there any parties that object to the jurisdiction of this board to hear the matter before it? Objection?
Yeah, there was public comments made by one of the commissioners that one of the persons involved in this. I don't think she should be able to speak. She said it was her.
Okay. Why don't you come up, Board? If you could state your name and address for the record, thank you.
You don't have to hold the button.
There we go.
Address 14491, Portland, Oregon. Been working on this for 3 years, and yes, Mary Starrett made public comment about me personally and some of the things that were happening on the land that is in question, and I felt attacked, and I don't think she should be able to speak. That's my objection.
Excuse me?
Yes, and you recused yourself the last time, so I think that being that you recused yourself last time, that would also.
Okay, I want to make sure I understand. So we have not heard this before. So are you referring to a separate meeting?
Yes,
Okay, which meeting is that?
the new MAC that she was a part of.
Okay.
I don't know what you're referring to.
I was there.
I'd be happy to mention it.
And I don't remember that either.
Saying that things that were put on the land were completely inappropriate and that you disagreed with how they were being done. And that was being my business personally. So I was attacked personally by you. Yeah, by that comment, by saying that it was inappropriate the way my business was doing things.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm clear. So if there's an objection to the jurisdiction of the board to hear the matter, that's one thing. If there is a conflict potentially with the commissioner,
That's what I'm stating.
they would
Yes.
have to clear the conflict, but that's up to them.
And then that is my issue. I wanted to state that. So everybody's aware that she made those comments, and that is she going to state her opinion on this? They should be aware of what she previously stated publicly.
Okay,
What are these comments?
sorry, I want to make
Basically
sure.
said them, yeah.
So at the current time, we are discussing the jurisdiction of the Board of Commissioners as a board.
Right, and I don't think she should have jurisdiction to speak on this.
Well, we are a board. We're
Right,
a board of 3.
okay.
So she doesn't have jurisdiction singly. So
Sure.
if you're objecting to the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners, okay, so I'll make sure that's clear. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
And I'd be happy to say what she said specifically.
Okay.
That was recorded, so people can find that.
Thank you. And you're welcome to come up during public testimony as well. Okay. Does any board member, Yamhill County board member, need to announce and state on the record the substance of any ex parte contact or site visits? And this is where, if you have experience on NUMAC, you probably would want to state that.
Yes. You want me to start?
Yes.
Okay, so I was on the planning commission and on NUMAC in the capacity of being on the planning commission, and then subsequently was elected to be commissioner and sat beginning of January, and then took the position as commissioner on NUMAC. So yes, I'm involved with NUMAC, was as a planning commissioner and now as Board of Commissioners. I have driven by, have not been on the property, but I have driven by.
Okay.
I drive by pretty much every day, and I was formerly on the commissioner or liaison for NUMAC until Commissioner Johnston was elected, and then we had to choose one. I made my position known about the urban area expansion at the NUMAC meeting. I voted on it along with the other commissioners that were on the committee. And as far as public comment goes, that is all on the record, and it is probably comment I will reiterate here today.
Okay.
And I've shared that information with our planning director, and there's really nothing more to add.
Okay, and commissioners, your prior involvement with NUMAC and the Planning Commission, do you feel that you can make a fair and impartial decision today?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't have any ex parte contact other than emails that have been coming in that we forward directly to Ken Friday to respond to, and no site visits. Okay, we will now have our planning director, Ken Friday, read the statements required by law.
Oregon law requires that persons who attend land use hearing be advised of certain rights and duties before the hearing begins. First, with regard to standards for approval, state law ORS 197.797 requires that we list the applicable substantive criteria that must be met in order for the county to approve the application. The standards will be listed by me as part of the staff report. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the standards for approval. Second, the raise it or waive it rule under Oregon law. Any issue that might be raised in an appeal of the county's decision in this matter must be raised before the record of this hearing is closed. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision makers and parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal to the board based on that issue. Third, and this is directed to the applicant, under ORS 197.796, failure of the applicant to raise constitutional or other issues related to proposed conditions of approval, again with sufficient specificity to allow the county to respond to the issue, precludes action for damages in circuit court.
Thank you. And that brings us to the staff report.
Yes, the tract consists of 4 parcels totaling 95.3 acres. They're developed with, the tract is developed with 3 existing dwellings and multiple outbuildings, with the remainder being largely vacant with minimal farming activities. The land is located northwest of the intersection of Northeast Corral Creek Road and Northeast Fernwood Road. The tract contains scattered vegetation and trees and is comprised of a mixture of agricultural class 1, 2, 3, and 4 soils. The subject property has a comprehensive plan designation of agricultural forestry large holding and a zoning designation of EF20 exclusive farm use. The review criteria includes the Newburgh Urban Area Management Agreement, statewide planning goals, Yamhill County goals and policies, ORS 197.298, and the Oregon Administrative Rules 660-21-30, which states there's a priority list for inclusion of property that is to be taken into the urban reserve area. And I'm going to just read portions of this, but first priority goes to land adjacent to or nearby an urban growth boundary and identified in an acknowledged comprehensive plan as exception areas or non-resource land. And this is not exception area and it's not non-resource land. The second priority is for marginal land, and we don't have any marginal land identified in this county. Then the third and last priority is if land of higher priority is inadequate to accommodate the amount of land estimated in section 1 of this rule. Third priority goes to land designated in an acknowledged comprehensive plan for agricultural, forestry, or both. Higher priority shall be given to land of lower capability as measured by the capability classification system or by cubic foot site class, whichever is appropriate. This application was reviewed by the Newburgh Urban Area Management Commission at 6 scheduled hearings over a 2-year period. NUMAC voted to approve this request and sent it to the Newburgh City Council. The City Council voted 5-1 to approve the expansion and forwarded their findings onto the Board of Commissioners. The intergovernmental agreement between Yamhill County and the City of Newburgh states, the city shall forward this ordinance to the county, which shall make its final decision based on the NUMAC record, the city's ordinance, and public testimony. The county shall adopt its final decision by ordinance and issue a board order. If the governing bodies do not concur on their final decision within 60 days of referral of the matter to them, a joint meeting shall be held to resolve differences. And if agreement cannot be reached, the parties agree to mediate the issue using a jointly selected mediator. I will note that there's, a lot of people here that who want to testify on this issue, and I know that the Board of Commissioners wants to hear from everyone. I just want to say that if someone has already covered a topic that you were here to talk about, you can just simply stand up and say that you agree with the previous speaker. You do not need to repeat what has already been covered by a previous speaker. That ends this portion of the staff report.
Great, thank you. Okay, that brings us to the applicant's case. And I'm not sure who wants to go first. I have Mr. Stapleton first, but if you would rather have a different order, that's fine. And if you could please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, thank you. My name is Reed Stapleton. I'm with Dow. We're representing the applicant on this, and my address is 309 Southwest 6th Avenue, Avenue, Portland, Oregon, 97204. And I am logged on.
Sir, if you could, sorry,
Sorry.
if you could state your name and address.
My name is Todd, Todd Mobley. I'm with Lancaster Mobley. We're a transportation engineering and planning firm, and we conducted the transportation analysis. So I have a participate here with
Great.
Reed in the
Thank you.
presentation.
So let's see. Carolina, what do I need to do here to drive? If I share, okay, perfect. Let's see. Okay. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to share more about this project, which has been quite a long process, and we're eager to share kind of the highlights of it. We won't get into all the minutia of what has been a really extensive record and kind of ongoing iterative analysis that's gotten to this point, but we do want to share kind of the highlights and the notes and kind of the merits of why the city really overwhelmingly supported this request. I think it's important to consider and to understand what this request is not. There has been quite a bit of comment about development, site-specific development impacts coming into the urban growth boundary. Yes, this would potentially put the site in the realm of contention down the road to be included in the urban growth boundary, but this is not an urban growth boundary amendment. This is not a development request. This is about a site being included in the urban reserve area, which puts it in essentially a reservoir of land that makes it eligible to be considered for urban expansion down the road. For anything to happen on the site, there would be multiple successive steps with extensive public outreach and public process before any of that would ever happen. I think it's important for the commission and for the audience to understand that. So quick orientation, the site is located, it's 95 acres, located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Corral Creek Road and Fernwood. It's immediately adjacent to the urban growth boundary of the city of Newburgh and immediately adjacent to the Green subdivision. There are two ownerships, the Bestwicks and the Bel Airs, who comprise the area, and it includes the adjacent rights of way as well. The consultant team who's been responsible for preparing the bulk of the evidence that's gone into the record are Dow, the firm that I represent, Schwabe, Williamson, Wyatt, and Ken Katzeroff from Schwabe is here as well, and then Todd Mobley from Lancaster Mobley. So I mentioned that this has undergone an extensive amount of review. We submitted the application in May of 2021. There have been multiple steps of review, both from the local planners and also from the NUMAC committee that had a significant role in moving the process forward, and then ultimately with city council before we reached this point. In April of this year, 2023, NUMAC unanimously voted to recommend approval of the request, forwarding that to city council. And then city council just this last July, early in July, voted 5-1. Significantly in favor of the application, both from NUMAC and from city council. So the analysis that we've put forward really focuses on 3 steps. The first is to look at and confirm that how much land is available relative to the city need. That's the first step. So the first step of the analysis that we conducted was a buildable land inventory that determined that there is in fact a need to expand the urban reserve area. The second step, and to speak to what Ken Friday shared earlier, per the state land use goals, goal 14 sets a prioritization of what lands can be considered for expansion. The first tier of that expansion areas that are eligible for expansion, are exception lands. So there needed to be an analysis of exception lands peripheral to the urban growth boundary to determine if there were sufficient exception lands to satisfy that need. And then the last step, once we determined that there were not sufficient reasonably serviceable exception lands, is to look at, okay, if there aren't sufficient exception lands, then the next category of land that's eligible are resource lands. And so at that point, then we conducted the analysis to say, of resource lands peripheral to the urban growth boundary, what sites best meet the expansion criteria? And that relates to serviceability. Are there extraordinary infrastructure elements that need to go in to service the property? Are there significant other constraints, such as agricultural soils? And of those criteria, which sites best meet the criteria? And what we've demonstrated is that the applicant site is the primary candidate for expansion based on those criteria. So to get back to that step 1, the buildable lands inventory, Dow conducted an analysis that looked at what lands are available within the urban growth boundary, and found that 397 acres need to be added to the urban reserve area to meet the land need for growth to a year 2051 horizon. City staff agreed with that, looked at our analysis, and found that is in fact the benchmark that we need to be aiming towards when we move on to step 2 and step 3. So then looking at step 2, what we did is we conducted an analysis of the exception lands peripheral to the urban growth boundary to look at which of those lands are have access to water systems without needing significant water system improvements, extraordinary water system improvements, reservoirs, et cetera, which are, do not have steep slopes that are unavailable to build on. What sites are essentially cut off by drainage basins to gravity drain their sewer to the regional network. So in doing that analysis and looking at these sites peripheral to the urban growth boundary, what we found was that only 213 acres of that 397 acre need can be satisfied by exception lands. So our analysis found that there's a delta there of about 183 acres that can't be satisfied by exception lands, looking at that again at that 2051 horizon. Based on that analysis, then, by state statutes, you can look at expanding into resource land. And that's what we looked at. We looked at peripheral to the urban growth boundary, what resource lands are available. And we conducted a kind of a comparative analysis of those sites, doing the same type of analysis we did with the exception lands. We looked at how easily can these sites plug into existing utilities that are nearby and to roads nearby. And we found that really there are two kind of primary areas peripheral to the urban growth boundary that have lands that are reasonably serviceable, that can relatively easily connect into public infrastructure. And you can see those here in the blue crosshatch areas. There's an area to the kind of northwest in this Northwest A and North A area. And then there's the applicant's site, which sits squarely in this East A area. And so we found that there are really two primary candidates of resource lands that can readily connect to utilities and that are reasonably serviceable. And then lastly, what we looked at is, okay, given that these are the two primary candidate sites for expansion into resource land areas, what are the characteristics of the soils in those areas? And the applicant site, which you can see here, has a significantly lesser degree of class 1 agricultural soils relative to this kind of primary candidate area up here. So on balance, when you look at those areas that are eligible, that are reasonably serviceable, the applicant site has the least percentage of high value farmland. And it's for those reasons that we came to the conclusion that this site is the best candidate for expansion to satisfy that delta of need that we've determined, and that city staff and that the folks who reviewed this application agreed is in fact a need to be satisfied. So with that, I'm going to hand things off to Todd, who can speak a little bit to the transportation planning rule issues associated with this and some of the other connectivity and transportation considerations.
Thanks, Reed. I'll speak briefly here about some of the transportation considerations. One of the primary things this site would bring is some east-west connectivity to that area. It is to the west adjacent is the Greens at Springbrook, a subdivision that right now has just a single point of access to Fernwood Road. This site would provide additional connectivity for that subdivision. Both the conditions of approval for that subdivision as well as the city of Newburgh's transportation system plan recognize the need for that connectivity, and this could bring that. I'd also point out there were in this area just a week and a half ago or so, on Sunday the 13th, there were several brush fires that kind of quickly spread to 2 or 3 acres, which is sort of, we've heard a lot about fire in some earlier agenda items, but That kind of just underscores the need for emergency access and development. Eventual development of this site would increase street connectivity and better serve emergency access. I also want to speak briefly about the Newburgh Dundee bypass. This site is compatible with the plans for the bypass. Through the process, we've talked a lot about Corral Creek Road and the access with 99W. We recognize that existing intersection is going to change entirely. There will be some turn movements restricted and that kind of thing. But this site would work with the new configuration of when the bypass goes in. Also would bring significant urban infrastructure to the area on Fernwood Road and Corral Creek Road, the intersection of those two streets. And that is kind of consistent with some of the testimony we heard from the mayor in Newburgh about how this east-west connectivity and the transportation in this area is going to change, and we need to take a close look at that with the bypass construction. As Reed mentioned, the application does satisfy the transportation planning rule, which is essentially in place to make sure when an adopted plan is amended that the potential transportation impacts could be accommodated. In this case, to Reed's earlier point, this is not an urban growth boundary expansion. It's not a development proposal. It won't generate any new trips on the face of it. There'd still be a lot of process to go through to get to the point where something could be approved. The urban growth boundary would have to be expanded. As part of that, the transportation planning rules revisited again. And subsequent to that, there'd have to be a specific development application where transportation would be looked at yet again. So we're very kind of early in the process. So our analysis really looked at serviceability and for this site, how it could be served by the transportation system and also how it could complement the current transportation plans. Pass it back to Reed.
Thanks, Todd. So just to briefly recap, it's been determined that the city needs 397 acres added to the urban reserve area to meet a growth horizon of 2051. The exception land analysis showed that only 213 acres of that need can be met on exception lands, leaving a delta to be addressed elsewhere vis-a-vis the applicant's property. Of the reasonably serviceable resource lands, the applicant's site has the lowest percentage of high value soils and provides a logical extension for urban services. The transportation planning rule has been satisfied, as Todd mentioned, and the request has met the burden of proof. And I think the last point that I'll leave with you is that this is really about options. This is about the city and the local community having options in terms of where it can look to grow. As we've said, this doesn't dictate that this is the next expansion area, but it'll put it in the realm of consideration, and it will put the potential benefits that it can offer on the table for the community when they are looking to decide what is important to them and what is the appropriate way for them to grow. I think that's the last note that I'll leave the commission with. And we're happy to answer any questions. Our team is here to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions so far?
Just one super quick one that I don't think was ever answered at NewMac. Are any of the phases of the bypass going through this property where it's going to end up being right of way?
No.
I have one quick question. In terms of the percentage of high value farmlands, my understanding is it's 68%. Do you have that same figure? I see that somewhere.
I might have to.
Mr. Friday, do we have that somewhere?
Look for it.
I think I saw it somewhere. I believe it's 68% is class 1,
1
2,
and 2.
and 3. Okay.
I don't have that figure right in front of me. I'm sorry. But,
Okay, no, that's fine. I think I saw that. I just wanted to
mhm.
confirm that. Thank you.
It may be a little early for this question, but one of the basis points for this decision is that the exception lands are not serviceable to a degree that is acceptable.
Correct.
How does that mesh with the portion of this particular property that clearly has some service challenges in terms of water and other things? How
Right.
does that?
There's a portion of the site that is above the service zone for the nearby reservoir. And so I'm sure you saw there was a condition of approval with the city council final ordinance that said that if there were any additional costs to serve those properties with water, that'd be borne by the applicant. I think the reality is that there could very well be other uses for that property that don't require water access. Transportation, it might be needed for a particular transportation corridor through there. Open space networks. Often when we're involved with projects anymore, it's difficult to develop a site without going through a planned unit development process, which often requires a specific set aside for open space. So if there is an area that's not serviceable with water, or in fact had some sort of exceptional cost associated with it, that would be a perfect location for something like that. So I think that's a consideration that can be looked at. It's not the majority of the site by any stretch. And it is central. It's located internal primarily to the site. And so I think from a practical perspective, I think what you would see is that, a healthy portion of that would likely be open space or transportation or something that doesn't directly require water access. Or there'd be the ability to do booster pumps or other kind of engineering scenarios that aren't extraordinary.
Okay. But the determination that some of those exception lands are beyond developable, right? You can make an argument for any piece of ground that this part should be this part should be this. So my question is, how were those weighed against each other?
So we primarily used costs as a proxy for that. And so we have in the record, there's I could kind of lean on my counterpart here in the audience who could probably give you the exact exhibit, but we provided an extensive breakdown of anticipated costs by exception area and we use cost as sort of the proxy for what is exceptional.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
No, thank you.
None. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other testimony from the applicant or representing the applicant specifically? Okay, we will now, sorry. Hi. You are the applicant. Okay. I saw your note that you wanted to maybe go later, but if this is fine. And this is Mr. Bellairs?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brian Bellairs, and my wife Kathy and I and the Bestwicks have made this application. By the way, I'm deaf, so if you see him punching me, he's not really acting out of line. He's just telling me I need to get up. least I hope that's what you're doing. So I wanted, we have lived in Newburgh for 7 years and we love it here. And this is our forever home. I wanted to spend a few minutes talking about the history of the urban reserves and specifically as it relates to our land. Our land is immediately adjacent to the urban reserves, to the urban growth boundary, and all the utilities are at our property line. The land has very poor rocky soil and has very low agricultural value. Okay. In order just to plant our yard, we spent thousands of dollars to remove our rocks, to remove the rocks. A neighbor 2 blocks away says, Brian, I understand. I know that you mowed your yard today. I say, Eric, how'd you know that? And he said, I heard you hitting rocks. Okay. Just to mow our lawn. So it has not been farmed in generations. Once a year, the neighbor cuts the dry grass and takes the hay off our property. We have never received any payment whatsoever. Now, let's talk about the urban reserves a little bit. The urban growth boundary was first established in Newburgh in 1979. There has not been a significant change since the urban reserves were changed in 1995. Okay, so in 2003, the city knew that they were out of land for the urban reserve, so they launched this massive study, and they formed a committee called the Ad Hoc Committee. And the Ad Hoc Committee was a dream team of planners, 2 ex-mayors, consultants, and then if you read these, you're going to see that the Department of Oregon Department of Land Conservation Development was asked and did play a major role in the urban reserves that they selected. So the committee was formed and they spent over a year developing these urban reserves, and they did this massive study talking about what Newburgh wanted to be in the future, how it should grow, etc. They concluded that the land at Corral Creek and Fernwood should be in the urban reserves. They said that they need to be expanded, and the area of Corral Creek and Fernwood was strongly recommended for inclusion. Okay. They said that this area provides larger flat parcels that are appropriate for the development of a complete community. And then here's what they said. And again, this was Newburgh's planning department and all these consultants under the watchful eye of LCDC. Utility services can be readily expanded to serve this area far more easily than the other areas considered. Considering many other options, the city and state goals and the community preferences, they did 26 public meetings on this, okay? The committee recommends that this area is the most appropriate for expansion of the urban growth boundary. This was an urban reserve study, and they said, we need this land in the urban growth boundary, okay? I have included passages from the study and the city's comprehensive plan, which all indicate support for our inclusion in the urban reserves. As a result of this landmark study, NewMac, Newburgh City Council, and Yamhill County all then voted to extend the urban reserves and include our land in 2008. And you can see where the house is there, and you'll notice that we have one of the larger parcels of property immediately adjacent to the urban reserve. Excuse me, to the urban growth boundary. All of this says that when you have big parcels, they can be more easily planned. And the other parcels that are being compared to, a lot of them are so parcelized, they're so divided that they can't be reasonably serviced. But since we have such big parcels with such few owners, and we're immediately adjacent to the services, a great complete community can be developed there. After this plan, after this ad hoc study, and this urban reserve expansion was voted in by all three of the entities, of course, it was challenged at the state. The state sent it back to the city in 2011 and raised some questions. They gave the city 4 years to respond. They had numerous extension of the date to respond by. And at the very end, they punted and said, we're going to withdraw this because the state is now offering us a simplified method of expansion to expand our urban reserves and urban growth boundary. So they tried the simplified method that the state provided. And then 2 years later, they said, this doesn't work. The tools that they gave us are insufficient. They don't work in this situation. So a process that started in 2003 that was wholeheartedly endorsed, they just chucked it, okay? So we're here after all this time, spending our own money, trying to get this across the finish line, okay? We've invested tens of thousands of dollars to do this technical analysis to show that our land is once again needed in the urban reserves. So 2.5 years ago, we started this process to bring our land down. Many changes have taken place since 2007 that make our land much more necessary today than they were in 2007. The huge issue is Providence, which wasn't even consideration in 1979 and 1995 was built. If you see the red area on the right of the screen, you'll see that that is the fastest growing employment segments in Newburgh, projected through the year 2035. Our land is right next to the fastest growing employment segments. All of these studies in the city's comprehensive plan says that wherever possible, homes should be located right next to the employment centers. The CEO of Providence has written a letter in support of our application. He says that the inclusion of our land and the development of a community ultimately will help Providence attract and retain employees. Right now, a lot of these medical professionals are driving to Washington County and commuting. So a community where they could walk to work is a big benefit to Providence. Of course, location of the land, location of the urban reserves next to the employment centers would greatly reduce automobile trips, etc. In addition, the bypass is planned for less than 1/4 mile from our property. The mayor, in voting for inclusion of our property, said it was important that our land be included in the reserves so that the area could be planned for future transportation changes in the area. Likewise, the city's comprehensive plan states that special planning efforts should be made to retain and create livable communities and desirable communities near the bypass. So all of these plans say that a special plan is needed so that when the bypass is planned, that we're taking all this into consideration. Hence the landmark study in 2003, the Green subdivision was built, which connects to our property. Surprisingly, this subdivision has only one access point, which is very undesirable for transportation connectivity and public safety. So as a result, Ty Darby, the Assistant Fire Chief in Newburgh, wrote a letter in support of our inclusion so that it could add fire safety accesses and for connectivity in the area. A couple of years ago, we built 2 pickleball courts on our property. Since then, hundreds of Newburgh area residents have come together to play at our place. But we use only a couple of the 60 acres on our property. Our land and the Bestwick's land can do so much more good for the community in the future. We would love to develop a recreation community that is an extension of the greens that includes a pickleball complex away from the existing homes, a community with parks, a fishing pond, multimodal access paths that would connect from the greens to Providence all the way to Crestview Crossing, a neighborhood that serves the needs of employers where medical professionals can walk or ride bikes to work. Our dream is an amazing community that promotes social connections and a healthy lifestyle. Bringing our land into the urban reserves is simply securing a future asset for Newburgh's prosperity. This land should be in the urban reserves now to plan for the bypass and improved roads. When the land is developed in the future, we will work closely with the city and our neighbors to develop the type of amazing community that these planners spoke about. Thank you. And any questions for me?
Commissioners, any questions?
None.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you state your name and address for the record? Okay.
Andrew Walker, 3601 South River Parkway.
Okay.
Portland, Oregon.
Thanks. Okay, so we will now move to testimony in support of the application. And I have to start off is Kathleen Kessinger. If you could state your name and address for the record, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Kathleen Kessinger. I live at 335 Northeast Corral Creek Road in Newburgh. I'm going to speak briefly on my own behalf. You have also received a letter from my husband, Greg Kessinger, in support. Was not able to be here today. But we have lived on Corral Creek Road for about 20 years, and we drive by this property at least twice a day. And are in support of it because we understand and realize that the Corral Creek Road itself needs some major improvements over time. And this process would help with that. We've had several accidents. We've lost power many times because of that. And I think widening and straightening that road would be a part of the developer's project package as this eventually was developed. But my other reason for speaking this morning is I've been asked to read a letter from Roger and Sanda Shad, whose family basically homesteaded this land and has some historical perspective. I'm going to eliminate a little bit of it as suggested because it reiterates a little bit of the historical impact of previously this being brought in, recommended into the urban growth reserve. So I will shorten it a bit. But this letter is from Roger and Sanda Shad. We urge you to include the land in the urban reserve so an orderly development and better use of land can occur in the future. We are the former owners of the property, and it was owned by our family for 3 generations and over 100 years. It is not good farmland. The soil is very low quality, rocky, and not conducive for successful and profitable farming. The land has never been able to support even a single family, even though there was quite a bit of attempt at doing so. Farming was a dismal failure. It is a vastly underused piece of land that could be put to much better use for our community and housing and recreation. We own the land, of course, long before the Greens was ever planned. We can assure you firsthand that there were many neighbors who adamantly opposed that development. They objected against the poor quality of the roads and the traffic it would add. They objected to the impact it would have on their views. Where the Greens is now located was a beautiful old growth forest with a creek along with wetlands and swamp areas. The Greens was built, and even most of the people who complained at that time have now understood it to be a good development in addition to the city of Newburgh. This next paragraph has in regards to the 2004 issue with the urban reserve that Mr. Bellairs mentioned, so I will pass through that. It should be noted that when the Greens was developed, the city did not follow the requisite safety protocol with neighborhoods of this size. There's one only access point. The other planned one was never put in place. Adding this area to the urban reserve and eventual development would add both safety and connectivity for the residents in the neighborhood. We have to be wary of neighbors whose concern is limited to their own personal interests. This land should have been in the urban reserve many years ago and is needed now more than ever. The field does not provide any significant value to the city. Using this land for a nicely planned development in the future is in the best interest of the city and its residents. People who were very much against the Greens being built now love it. Undoubtedly, the same will be true when the land at Corral Creek and Fernwood is developed in the future. Thank you for your consideration. Roger and Sanda Shad, P.O. Box 230729, Tigard, Oregon.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Hannah Lovell. Sorry if I said that wrong. You're okay? You can just say you agree with what's been said or, okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, and then Lyndon Hanson. Welcome. If you could state your name and address for the record, appreciate it.
Hello again, Lyndon Hanson, 14491 Chesterfield Lane, Portland, Oregon. Sitting here in support of the Bellairs and Bestwick LLC application. And I'll be brief, but one of the first things that the governor did when she took office is to declare a housing emergency. 30% of the inventory right now for homes that are being sold in Oregon are new builds. And there's just a drastic need for homes. She sought to decrease the red tape, the not in my backyard refrains that severely constrained use of our land system. So candidly, what's happened in Newburgh is exhibit A for what's wrong with Oregon's land use system. City launches a very expensive taxpayer funded effort 20 years ago, develops a plan, and then goes back on it. Big waste of money. Simplified method of expansion needs to happen. And I agree that the city knows what's best for the city and that they have the ability to do that. The mayor, I want to reiterate, also grew up on Crowd Creek and stated that this land is needed. He casted his vote for the approval and represented the city of Newburgh in doing so. He said it will be needed for the planning of transportation in the future. And this is somebody who grew up firsthand on that land. So that's all I want to say. I want to say thank you guys for your time. This has been a 2-year process at least. A lot of resources have been spent on this personally and by a lot of people. So just want to thank you for being here and for all your time and efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any more sheets in support of the application, but if you are online, please raise your virtual hand if you would like to testify. Okay, seeing none. We will go to the appellant's case. Or is there organized opposition? No. I have. Yes, absolutely. Okay, I just want to make sure there's no Friends, no? Okay.
We have an attorney that represents, and he's online here,
Okay,
and I think in interest of saving time, if he went first, a lot of us wouldn't have to talk. Would you disagree with it?
okay. Does the attorney represent you?
No.
Okay,
Well,
let's have you come, yes, let's have you come up first.
So I just want to say, like, I disagree with everything, the people going for this.
I'm gonna have you state your name and address for the
I'm
record.
Bo Svensson. I'm at 31531 Northeast Coral Creek Road. I live in the property that donated the land for Shaw Park. We inherited it from them. So the Shaws have actually stayed in the area and moved the tiger. Actually representing the people that care about what happens in this area. So anyone saying that like you can safely do transportation here, no, people will die. There's no safe way of doing the roads without stealing from other property owners to make the roads safer or changing topography in an area where you have like some like 45-degree turns and figure eights. It's not safe for that. The urban growth boundary is there for a reason. Oregon has strict urban growth boundary rules to protect areas from rapid, unchecked expansion that doesn't benefit the community. Like exactly what they want to do. Put in a sports light residential complex in a town where you can hardly even find a single apartment to rent. This doesn't make any sense. It's an urban reserve for the people of Newburgh, not medical staff at Providence that you already said aren't living in town. Newburgh needs like affordable housing, not the Greens Part 2 with less parking. Like this is common sense. And also, oh, you have a letter from Providence CEO. What does that have to do with anything? Nothing. A doctor or a nurse make enough income they can afford to travel. People working at Fred Meyer can't. If we're really doing this about housing for workers, when like the medical assistants, the Fred Meyer staff, the people at gas stations around there, wouldn't it be more realistic to have apartment complexes, not an elitist community using up our strategic reserve for low density housing? Have we thought about that? And they're saying, no, this isn't approving the urban reserve, blah, 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 blah. We all know if it gets approved here, it's the first step that they'll be able to go through quickly because they already have it all planned out because they hired a whole corporation to do it for them. They went to the Newburgh City Council meetings. They flood those meetings with people from out of town to talk about pickleball for hours and waste everyone's time. And then they scare the city of Newburgh because they threaten them with lawsuits all the time. So then they refer it to you. This is what's really going on. They don't care about the community at large. They care about making more money, just like they did in the last town, Tannisbourne, that they went to. We need apartments. We don't need pickleball courts and tiny neighborhoods. Now I have to go to work. We all know this is not safe. Goodbye.
Thank you, Bo.
Thank you.
Okay, so it was mentioned that there is an attorney representing the opposition. Is it Charles?
Charles, yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Welcome. If you could please state your name and address for the record.
Absolutely. My name is Charles W. Woodward IV. I am located at 44 West 35th Avenue in Eugene, Oregon. And I represent some citizens in your constituency in opposition to this planned expansion of the URA. I think it might be helpful to just mention a few things. I've put in statements up and down, both at the NUAMAC meetings, the city of Newburgh. I gave you guys a statement earlier today. And so I want to touch on a few things that have been brought up. I don't want to go into detail into all of that, so that heavy legal analysis, as I think it's better served for you for me to sort of present things in a little bit broader sketch. I want to address a few things that were said by the Dow representatives, just to provide some clarity to the board. Specifically, they mentioned, for instance, that this expansion is needed for the land supply for 2051. I'd like to point out that both the City of Newburgh staff and the Yamhill County staff have noted that the state statutes only require the needed housing up to 2041, and they all agree that that is actually just fine. They don't need any new lands to get to 2041. This application is specifically dealing with an extra 10 years that are not required by statute. So when he says it's needed, be careful because it's not quite clear. And then again, along the same vein, they mentioned that the staff agrees with their conclusions. And I would urge you to look at the original staff reports by both the City of Newburgh and Yamhill County that both recommended denial. Subsequently, the NUMAC had a meeting and they directed them to create new findings. And I think it's quite informative to compare the two findings in those different reports. And I would hesitate to follow what Dow says about the staff agreeing. If you look at, for instance, the one that we're looking at today, the Yamhill County staff report, when you look at the interpretation of some of the rules and the criteria that are in play here, the staff specifically says the applicant interprets it this way. The staff doesn't say this is how it is. They specifically say the applicant says this. The applicant says this. There are two spots where perhaps one could twist it to where the staff agrees. One, the staff specifically says that the findings presented were sufficient to demonstrate compliance. It's important to note that it's sufficient to demonstrate compliance only based upon the applicant's interpretation. And just like we're looking at the previous efforts to include this property in the URA, those still remain, those issues still remain. And the notion that they could comply it's just far from it. The interpretation just runs afoul of both the LCDC order in those previous actions, the DLCD order in those previous actions, and in standing case law from LUBA. There is a case on point that specifically looks at the OARs at play here, and they specifically lay out a hierarchy of how these lands are how those two provisions are to be interpreted. Now, in previous hearings, the opposition's attorney has raised the notion that you can distinguish, and just the case is DS Park Lane v. Metro. The applicant's attorney has tried to distinguish that particular case from the present one by stating that in that instance, Metro did not comply with the steps in subsection 3. And he is correct. In that case, they did not. However, the guidance provided by LUBA does not have anything to do with whether they skipped it or not. Specifically, LUBA in Park Lane is addressing how the hierarchy from subsection 3 applies to subsection 4 based solely on the plain language of the statute and statutory analysis of the statute, nothing to do with the underlying facts. Again, these two things are the reasons why the previous action failed and why all the comments about the previous actions are also not really relevant here. And I'll also point out that in those instances, both the City of Newburgh and NUMAC and even Yamhill County approved it. So these prior approvals in this particular action don't really hold weight because, again, though some things may have changed the tools of how to evaluate these things, the applicable criteria in the OARs still remains. The comments by the LCDC and the DLCD and LUBA still hold, and they are still going to cause problems. So if we're talking about costs and we're looking at how much we spent to how much everyone has spent on those previous actions and how much the applicant has spent on Dow working up these studies and everything, what about the resources of what's going to happen here? They were wasted the last time because those principles of interpretation of those provisions were ignored. And we're looking at the exact same thing here. So if we're looking at resources, and we're going to talk about resources, we should really look at all the resources at play in this particular instance. Another thing that was brought up was something about reasonably serviceable. And I hesitate to follow, again, Dowell's specific interpretation here, as they include the private cost of development and what they consider reasonably serviceable, something that is not included in the statutes of the criteria that is at play here. And again, there was also a mention of exceptional costs to the city or the applicant. And again, what about the exceptional cost of the county wasting all these resources to the city of NUMAC by ignoring the actual criteria and the things at play? They also mentioned something about the property being readily able to connect to services. But again, If we look at the criteria, it's not whether it's readily available to connect. It is LCDC and the DLCD order are very clear that this has to do with a long-term outlook, and that the specific improvements that the city may or may not make to any other exception lands or to any other lands that are being considered for the URA has to be taken into consideration, such that whether it's readily connect is not the proper analysis here. Looking, there was one of the applicant mentioned some things about rocks in the yard and the actual level of the soils. And I would just hesitate to say that with all this money that they spent for Dow to do all of this, all of the studies and everything, what they didn't do was hire a soil consultant to change the classification of the soils on the property. As one of the commissioners mentioned previously, approximately 68%. And I'm going with your number, ma'am. I'll be honest, I did not look at it myself. Didn't have time. I was trying to keep notes of everything was going on to be able to give you guys some informed testimony. But it is definitely a significant portion of the property is still considered high value soils. And there has been no attempt to change that categorization, which is a process that they could undergo, but they haven't done so. So the notion there may be rocks in the portion that he mows is completely irrelevant here. The state recognizes that we need to protect soil, high value soil and farmland, and that is exactly what we have here. So, and again, I just hesitate. I urge you to go ahead and look at the denial report and to look at the revised reports. Look at the two reports, see the differences, see how your staff, who's a professionals in this, see how they handled being told to put in there to accept it and the way that they did so. I will also go on the record to say that the second, as I mentioned, there was a point about the two places where the staff agrees. One was the compliance based on a faulty interpretation, and the second would be the final pronouncement at the bottom of the page where the staff says they agree that this could be put in the URA. They were told that they were to create findings, that is exactly what they did. They created findings that would do that. They didn't adopt the interpretations of the applicant. They stated the interpretations of the applicant. Very, very, very telling line there. So with that, I apologize for sort of running on. I don't want to take up anybody's I know this meeting's going on and eating up everybody's lunchtime. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk. I would at this time, pursuant to the rules of the board, request that the record be open for additional evidence to be presented with the level of that has gone on with the record being developed thus far and continuing. It's quite voluminous. And unfortunately, the issues that we're dealing with are quite complex. This isn't your standard sort of subdivision or land partition or property line adjustment. This is a pretty big deal because as the previous speakers have mentioned, this URA, while it doesn't create development now, it is a fast track when they get to expand into UGB. It will be. And so as far as the statewide planning goals of protecting high value farmland and those sorts of things, I would just caution you on that standpoint. And if you have any further questions, I'll be happy to answer anything that anyone has.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. And I acknowledge your request to keep the record open.
Thank you.
Remind me, that takes us through rebuttal. And then we keep it open. Okay, so Mr. Woodward is, it was said that he's representing several people in the audience. Could you just maybe let me know who you are so I can, okay, names? Oh, how about I read a name and you just tell me? Julia, is it Kitely? You represented? Okay, thank you. Let's see, Corrine Waterbury?
Yes.
Represented? Okay, thank you. Joe Hughes? Yes, okay, thank you. Dorothy Roholt? Represented?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Michael Rossman?
I reserve my right to speak, please.
Okay. Why don't you come on forward? Thank you, Michael. If you could state your name and address for the record, appreciate it.
Yes, hello, I'm Michael Rossman. I live at 5208 North Fairway Street, Newburgh, in the Greens. And while I do agree with everything the attorney said here, there was one matter concerning serviceability that to many of us who live in the area is the elephant in the room, and that's the safety of Corral Creek, Rennie Road, and the famous S curves there on Fernwood service this. I know a lot's been made about the importance of doing this development to increase safety in the area. And while I acknowledge that the applicant has proposed a circular roundabout there at the intersection of Corral Creek and Fernwood, and use of the bypass as it connects into 99W, none of their formative plans or future looking plans address a straightening of Corral Creek, Rennie Road, or any of these, which would of course take substantial property condemnation to an incredible cost through those rolling hills. Anyone wonders what I'm speaking of needs to drive Corral Creek.
We're aware.
It's not safe in its present form. I can only imagine hundreds of additional vehicles of what is truly going to be an affluent neighborhood will present in that area. And attempting to come through the Greens to then access out the Greens Parkway on Fernwood. Yes, that makes another exit point for them outside of Corral Creek, but adding to the congestion that the Greens Street itself was never planned for. So the whole serviceability cost, as you look at that, I believe should incorporate the cost of substantial improvements on Corral Creek and all the way down to Rennie Road, which serves, of course, Wilsonville Road, as you all know, as an access point. I recognize that the plans, the way this evaluation works, the road situation, road requirements are not done until the actual planning phase, until it's known how big the development's going to be and all that. And yet, the staff's own recommendations, highlights that road access, the cost of road improvements is not taken into account in this level of evaluation. But I think this commission should add a level of integrity and realism to the fact that we've got a real road challenge here that needs to be addressed before this applicant moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rossman.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a Christopher Cook. Would you like to speak or are you represented? Okay, thank you.
In being represented by Mr. Woodward, he represents me, but not entirely, but I hope to.
Oh, sure. If you want to come forward, absolutely.
My name is Dorothy Broholt, and I live at 31150 Northeast Shad Road, which is directly adjacent to the Bel Air's property.
Okay.
And within sight of the Bestwick property. And we've known both of the previous owners and are happy to be in that area. We enjoy where we live very much. But at the same time, we've been there for 34 years and I have to disagree with some of the statements that were made because being there, we're there, we see it, and our land is exception land. But I do want to make a couple contrary statements. First of all, even though the land is said to have very poor soil, in almost all the, well, pretty much all the years, 34 years being there, we've never seen the land ameliorated at all. We see very little, if any, activity on that farmland yet, or for over 100 years, people were living on the land and they were supporting their families. I understand that that was a different time and so forth, but to our way of thinking, and this is my husband and I, Robert Broholt, we believe that if effort was made to utilize the land in a different way, it would be productive because our land is poor and we are able to get more out of our land than than what's happening right now. There's no fertilization, there's water on the land, but it's never put on the land. And even though that it's said to be very poor quality farmland, we don't believe that that would be possible or is probable if something was done for the land than just to mow the weeds. And that's currently what it is to mow the weeds. The land could be leased to someone else who has more interest in developing it as farmland. There have been cattle on the Bestwick's land for many years, and they were supported by the cattle and other farming that were there. There's a lot of uses that could come of it if it seemed like it was more utilized. But at the same time, houses are much more profitable than farming. And houses will always bring back more payback for the owners of the property. And that's been explored for the last 20-some years, as the Schad family before had contingencies to sell the land for 2 developers. And when those didn't work out, and now the 3rd owner has it, it still is that same plan, I guess, to develop housing rather than develop farming. The fact that I have nothing against the Bel-Airs, I don't know them very well, but from everything I understand, they're a lovely couple, as were the Shads before them. But the fact that they bought the land and then seemed to be going into farming, and then within a very short time began plans to develop it, would tell me that this has been land that was targeted to, even though that was purchased as exclusive farmland, to then be targeted to be developed. And I think that's not what the intention is from our land development conservation ordinances are, that that's primarily the kind of land that is not to be developed specifically. So that's where I am. I also want to mention that where we live, we see the Corral Creek Road, some of the hairpin corners and some of the problems that have been on there about that road. And there's been numerous accidents. The greens was put in, there was no attempt by City of Newburgh to really improve the road. Adding multiple dwellings with this proposal will add even more stress to the road and more accidents. We've seen a lot of accidents over the years, and it's just, the road's was never designed to carry that much traffic. Until something else improves access to 99, there's still going to be problems. And every time there's an accident on 99, the traffic is routed onto Corral Creek Road, and that adds more stress, more problems to it. And those accidents on Rex Hill have happened quite frequently too. So with this, I just wanted to say that for those who live in the area, there's more going on than just, oh, it's a lovely place to build because the land is flat. Yes, the land is flat, but I agree with our attorney that it's a lot more complex situation than that. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Dorothy. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And just for one point of clarification, I did look up water rights on this property, and there 99% of it does not have water rights other than where there's a spring that comes out of it.
Okay.
Just for
I have a Kathy Cook. Would you like to speak, or?
Could I just make a brief statement?
Sure.
From chair here?
Well, we need you in the microphone so we can have our correct record, so. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Cook, I live at 5118 Fairway in the Greens.
Okay.
I just implore of you to not put the cart before the horse here, no pun intended. And I would like to invite each of you to contact my husband, Chris, or I. We would love to have you come for coffee in the morning or happy hour in the afternoon and sit on the deck with us and just observe the traffic on Fernwood Road. Or come in the middle of the afternoon on a weekend and watch the cyclists do a death-defying feat as they travel that road on Fernwood and cars speed up and down. So again, I'm serious about that. Come and visit us. I think it would be very telling for you. So please take that under consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, Rob Halliburton from Friends of Yamhill County. Welcome, Rob.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Halliburton. I am with Friends of Yamhill County, P O Box 1083 McMinnville. Friends of Yamhill County works to protect natural resources through the implementation of land use planning goals, policies, and laws. And our membership includes Newburgh and Yamhill County residents. I'll start off by saying I agree with the testimony of Mr. What's his name? Woodward.
Woodward.
And it will truncate my testimony a little bit. I think there will be some overlap, but we have a little bit different spin on it. So I'm still going to address some of the same issues. On the need, I will truncate what I was going to say. I agreed with Mr. Woodward that there has been no demonstration of need here, that the application misconstrues the rule on how you calculate the need for an urban reserve. I meant to mention, we did submit a letter to NUMAC on November 6, 2022, or September 6, 2022, and to the Newburgh City Council on May 8th, which was basically just sending the same letter again. So I hope you found that in your packet. And so I'm just going to be basically summarizing some of the main points from that letter. I wanted to next talk about the comparative site analysis. Your staff mentioned that there's a priority of lands, with exception areas being the highest priority and agricultural land being the lowest priority. The rule again says lower priority land may be included in an urban reserve when higher priority land is inadequate to accommodate the identified need. Additionally, lower priority farmland may replace higher priority exception land when future urban services could not reasonably be provided to the higher priority lands. And that language is important because the applicant has stated the higher priority lands primarily aren't available because of physical constraints of the land, which is basically rural residential development constraining the land. But rural residential development is not a physical constraint, as that term is used in the rule. Physical constraints are naturally occurring conditions such as rivers and severe slopes, or permanent structures such as roads. The quantity of new development that an exception area will yield is a reasonable consideration when determining the amount of land needed for the urban reserve, but it's not an appropriate factor for the comparative sites analysis. And so it's the comparative sites analysis is fundamentally flawed. The findings and conclusion from the application do not justify eliminating all first priority land from consideration, and instead including farmland in the urban reserve. The application states that the opportunities to provide urban services at a reasonable cost are limited. Well, they even stated that there are hundreds of acres that are available to be brought into the urban reserve. They just want to bring the farmland in first. But the rule requires that the higher priority lands be included before the farmland is even considered. So this gets to where that delta they were talking about, where there's a mass of land that's needed, which we disagree with how much they've come up with, but let's say that's even right. And exception areas will only accommodate a portion of that land, and the rest would be resource land. We contend that the rule says they have to bring in the exception area first. They're saying that they don't, that because there's this unmet need, that you can go straight to the resource land. And we believe that that's not permitted by the rule. And it's, I'm sorry, that it's not permitted by the rule. And part of a lot of the justifications on the cost of services. The proposed findings repeatedly assert that the exception areas cannot reasonably be served with public services such as sewer and water because of the cost of providing urban services. But higher relative cost is not synonymous with unreasonable. Remember, the rule said that you can bring in the lower priority land if you can't reasonably bring in the higher priority land. But they haven't used reasonableness as in their justification. They've only shown that it costs more to bring in the farmland. But because farmland is almost always cheaper to serve than rural residential land, exception areas will nearly always get excluded from the urban reserve, and the farmland included. And this turns the land priority scheme in the urban reserve rule on its head. You've heard that the city knows how to best plan for the city, and I'm not going to disagree with that, but this land is not in the city. And so in terms of farmland preservation, that is up to the county at this point. An exception area having relatively higher cost to serve today does not make it unreasonable to serve in 30 to 50 years, the expected planning period for an urban reserve, as the city can prepare for it with planning and intervening actions. So those are my main points. I did also want to point out that there are criteria in the rule that have so far gone unaddressed. In the OAR says inclusion of land within the urban reserve shall be based upon the locational factors of goal 14 and a demonstration that there is no reasonable alternative that will require less or have less effect upon resource land. I read through the application materials while I did a search. I'll admit I didn't read every word, but I did keyword searches in the application and the findings, and have found nothing that address the goal 14 factors or a demonstration that there are no reasonable alternatives that affect farmland less. So we feel that the application and the city council's ordinance are incomplete on that score. So I think that's all I have to say. Thank you. I'm available if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Rob?
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I do not have any more sheets. If I missed anyone, please let me know and you can come forward. If you're online and you are seeking to provide testimony opposed to the application, please raise your virtual hand. Yes. Okay, I have a Mary Ann. Marianne, if you can.
Hello?
There you
Hello? Okay. I would just like to state that I agree with all of the previous speakers.
For opposing the application, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Mary Ann Scholes, 31139 Northeast Corral Creek Road.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, and then we have Michelle, looks like. Welcome, Michelle. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Michelle Blankenheim, 7610 Northeast Earlwood in Newburgh. And I am opposed to the application, and I do agree with the previous speakers. And just had just a few, other things as I was listening to things. I guess I found it concerning how the applicants, frame things like they're doing the city a huge favor by getting this land, for development. And, but they don't mention how much they stand to profit from development. I mean, they're going to make a lot more from development versus trying to farm the land, which is still almost 70% good farmland. My big concern is quality of life. I moved here, to get away from subdivisions, to get away from increased traffic. Brian, I do not know him, sound like lovely people. For some reason, quoted a provident person's dream of housing and all this. What about the citizens of Newburgh who live here and moved here for open spaces, to be out in the farmland, away from subdivisions and traffic? What about our dream? I do not want to live in a land of subdivisions like Beaverton and Hillsborough. I also found it interesting to hear the number of the times the folks that are for approval mentioned that it should be approved because it's already located next to property that's already in the urban growth boundary. But I have to ask, if you do that, then when do you stop approving applicants because they're next to land that's already in the urban growth boundary? Then we'll just be one big subdivision. I really hope this is not approved. It is not appropriate. At some point, you just have to say no. So I hope you look at some of the arguments from the attorneys and see that some of the information seems to be have stretched by trying to get the approval. And I hope you will not approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more hands up. Is there anyone in the audience that I missed for opposition? Okay, that brings us to public agency reports.
There were no additional public agency reports aside from what was already in the packet.
And then we will go to rebuttal by the applicant. It looks like I have a Mr. Katsaroff. Is that correct? Okay. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken Katsaroff. So I'm the third Ken in the room, which is about the
Yeah.
highest percentage I've ever been in.
Yeah.
Anyway, my address, I'm going to give you my Bend address, 360 Southwest Bond Street, Suite 500, Bend, Oregon, 97702. I'm going to address a few things as quickly as I can, and then I'm going to toss it over to Todd, who's going to address some of the traffic concerns. But I'm going to hit a couple of other things briefly. I'm going to start with what I thought was really good testimony today, which is by Brian Bellairs. He discussed the entire history of this project, including the past URA process. And then we heard some comments from Mr. Woodward that were quite frankly not correct. And what I mean by that is that process was stalled, not because of issues with housing or what the City of Newburgh proposed to do with regard to its URA. It was stalled because it did an improper analysis on institutional lands. So schools and things of that nature. No part of what the city previously did related to housing, which this is, was in error. And so when it was remanded back, the city chose just not to address it. I think that's important because he made it sound like Newburgh messed up before, didn't address it, and we still have the same problems. And if you actually look at what's previously done, there was no issue with it with regards to this land. It was with regards to assumptions around institutional lands. Okay, so that's an important distinction. Okay. I'm going to try to go down my notes as quickly as I can. I would say that our main discussion point with Mr. Woodward and his analysis of why in trying to carve out words out of the staff report saying the applicant says this or the applicant says that, that's because we do have a dispute. I'm just going to be frank with you with regards to two interpretations of the law. One of the serviceability requirements and one about a particular statute of when you decide what land and how much land gets brought into an urban reserve boundary. In this case, we are allowed to do an amount of land up to a 2051 need. It's perfectly allowed under the rule, perfectly allowed under the planning statutes, everything, we're good to go there. The dispute is among two things. One, how you figure out which land you want to bring in, but two, what you get to rely upon. And I'm going to talk about what you get to rely upon first, because that's the comment that you received from DLCD. It was a comment on what report you look at. DLCD is arguing in their letter that you have to rely upon the adopted housing needs analysis and employment analysis that is adopted in the comprehensive plan for the city of Newburgh. I'm going to grab my water real quick. Sorry. On here. Unfortunately, what DLCD ignores is that in 2015, the legislature put a new statute in place. And that's ORS 195-033 sub 4. And we've addressed this in our previous submittals in our previous letters. And what that statute says is anytime a jurisdiction is changing its comprehensive plan or land use regulations, it has to use the most updated population figures it has received from the Portland Population Forecast Center, which Newburgh receives population forecasts for. So what that statute requires is that we use the newest forecast. We did that. DLCD wants us to use old numbers, which is not compliant with the statute. And in fact, an important thing to note here is that the old numbers would suggest bringing in more land into the URA. So we used more conservative numbers with less land that comply with the statute. As a quick anecdote, I brought this up at the real estate and land use conference in Bend that the Oregon State Bar puts on just a few weeks ago. And there was a representative from DLCD who said, oh, look at our great new House Bill 2001 that deals with buildable lands inventory again and housing needs analysis, and it's going to make this whole process easier. I rose my hand and I said, well, what about 195.033 sub 4, which says you have to use the most recent population forecast. And oh, by the way, the legislature made some tweaks to that statute, but they didn't change that, which suggests the legislature knows what it's doing and wants you to use the most recent population numbers. The DLCD rep looked at legislative counsel, who was at the table right down there, and they said, sounds like we have a conflict in the statute. And they're right, there is. Bottom line, though, we complied with the law. And that's all that matters. When we go up on review to DLCD, LCDC, and probably the Court of Appeals, we've complied with the law. DLCD doesn't like it, in which case you need to change the law. But the fact of the matter is we comply with it, we actually meet the law, and that's our test. Whether or not we meet our burden of proof and whether we meet the law, we do. Might not be what somebody else wants it to be, but it's what the law is, and that's the criteria that you guys have to decide. Okay, so that's one of our major disputes. The second is, how do you look at lands and when? So when do you look at resource versus non-resource lands? When do you look at exception lands, non-exception lands, right? And they argue, as does Friends of Yamhill County, that you have to bring in all of the non-resource lands first. There is not a single rule that says that, not a single case that says that at all. They just want the rule to mean that, and it doesn't. And nobody's ever said it does. Okay, so that's a challenge when we're dealing in processes like this, because it is an interpretation of the law. But we go by the plain text of the law, which is what our statutory interpretation cases all tell us. We have to look at the plain text of the law and we go from there. I think this is important because we addressed all these issues, like I said, at NUMAC and at Newburgh. And in fact, their legal counsel at Newburgh had to address these specifically to the city council in a memo as well. So this isn't just the applicant's idea of what the law is or how it should be interpreted. It's what other people have said too. And that's why we had a unanimous decision out of Newburgh, out of NUMAC, and a 5-1 out of Newburgh. Okay, so those are big issues when Mr. Woodward is saying, oh, well, staff says it's the applicant's interpretation. Well, they're right, because there's a difference of opinion what the statute says, but it's a reasonable one, and quite frankly, we think it's correct. Point out again, I'm from Bend. We deal with these issues a lot. A lot of issues related to urban growth boundary expansions. I do a lot of this work. I do a lot of work related to ag lands and a lot of rezone work. So when Mr. Woodward was saying you should have reclassified the soils first and tried to pull it out of ag land, maybe that's not what's required in order to bring it into a URA. What's required is that we look at the analysis of the resource land itself and the serviceability and follow the rules and put in substantial evidence in this record that support findings related to serviceability, which we've done. So when we're talking about serviceability for sewer systems, for water systems, all things that a private developer generally builds when they develop new lands, those costs are the proxy that we use for serviceability, which is reasonable. Importantly, there's, as far as I'm aware, not any evidence to the contrary to those reports, none. And when we get to a challenge before Court of Appeals, that's the standard that we're going to be looking at. What is the evidence in the record? Does it support this body or Newburgh's findings that serviceability is best met using these lands? Okay, there's no contrary evidence. That's important. If there was an issue with related to serviceability, you would think that somebody would have provided some evidence. And in fact, there was a lot of, I'll call it peer review by the city of Newburgh. And ultimately they came to an agreement with us and approved our application. Okay, so that's important. We've heard a lot about the road and the safety issues there. So I'm going to pass it to Todd at this point.
Sure. For the record, excuse me, I'm Todd Mobley, Lancaster Mobley. I just wanted to talk briefly about safety. We heard testimony about safety on Fernwood Road and Corral Creek Road. And I just would reiterate, development of this site would bring significant infrastructure improvements. There's frontage along both of those facilities that's significant, including the intersection of the two. And improvements would be planned at that intersection. But at this stage in the process where we look at serviceability of a property with regard to transportation, our task isn't to show that 100% of the transportation needs are met in the current form. It's really the ability to extend the urban transportation system, what development of the site could bring to complement the urban system. And in this case, with the bypass improvements, additional connectivity, the infrastructure the project would bring, it's well served by transportation. I'd also add that eventual urbanization brings money to bring more improvements. That's just how transportation facilities like this are funded in Oregon. A lot of times they'll pay transportation system development charges and other mechanisms that really bring the ability to make these infrastructure improvements that without that growth, the funding mechanism just isn't there. And also just kind of again, where we are in the process, there's still going to be far more detailed analyses with transportation relative to this site. If it does come into the UGB, there will be another more detailed layer. If it does after that get approved, and if there's development proposed on the site, there will be even more detailed analysis. So maybe there's other offsite infrastructure improvements that would be needed other than strictly the frontage. We just don't know that yet, but it is feasible to provide that. And that's what our analysis shows.
I have two more quick things.
Sure.
Okay, the first is, I just wanted to address findings related to goal 14. This entire thing is about goal 14, so it's about urbanization. So I just wanted to say that that's the main issue here, and we've complied with all of those findings. So I just wanted to hit that real quickly. The last thing is, and this relates to kind of DLCD's early comments in this, which originally they asserted the position that you had to do an urban growth expansion at the same time as a URA. They've dropped that. And I think that's really important because, well, they were wrong. But secondly, the current planning phase for Newburgh, the current plan horizons and ends in 2025. So all of this is going to be looked at again, including UGB and URA. We're helping that process. And I do think it's worth mentioning that because this process takes a lot of time, a lot of energy. And I'm not going to be shocked to see if Newburgh's own analysis, when they look at UGB and URA expansions in this or other areas, also includes the exact same analysis we've already done. Would be surprised to see our own technical analysis put in that. And I think that's important because this is happening. We have to grow. This URA is the first step of it, but there's going to be a lot of other steps along the road before there's ever any development on this property, including if you vote for approval, that it'd have to then be again adjudged whether it was appropriate to be brought in the UGB in the next instance. So we're going to be back here. And so we're hoping that we're back here providing additional analysis that answers some of these other questions, but I think we've met the criteria at this point and met state law, and we're hoping that you can agree to that and also vote for an approval.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions?
No,
And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a request to keep the record open. 2 weeks.
Yes, we're not required to keep the record open because this is not the initial evidentiary hearing. Having said that, there has been a lot of information submitted on this application just this morning even. And so it's up to the board if they would like to keep the record open. I'm prepared to read the standard 1 week, 1 week, 1 week if that's what the board would like to do. I don't know if Jody has any other comments.
Nope. I'll just reiterate exactly what he said. So it's really up to the board, how you want to do it, if you want to do it. You can also just stay the hearing.
Commissioners, thoughts?
Well, I've been in a lot of meetings with this, so I'm good. I got plenty of information, so.
I agree. I've been through a number, have looked at this from a number of different perspectives in various venues. So I feel like I've adequately addressed the information.
Okay. Maybe I'll rely on you to explain some things for me just because I haven't had as much exposure during deliberation.
Although I do have some, I did want to ask our planning director some questions at this point, just clarification. if we're going to go into deliberation, I wanted to get some information.
Well, I think we're still, I don't think there's consensus to
Right.
keep the record open as,
I mean, if we have, if chair hasn't, been immersed in this like, Commissioner Starrett and I have, I'm not opposed to pushing it out if you need to digest a lot more. I mean, because there's a lot to unpack here.
So to my point about questions to our planning director, before, I wonder if that would be instructive in terms of questions that might clarify what Commissioner Johnston and I already have had the ability to do. So I don't know if it's appropriate now to ask those questions for your edification, or if that's considered
Deliberation's fine.
deliberation.
Yes, you guys can talk freely. This is a legislative hearing. We're talking about an ordinance. So that's fine.
we don't have to go through staff recommendation first.
Yes, we still follow the same procedures. Yes, still follow the same procedures. Wait for staff recommendation. But the deliberation's fine.
I just want to close the hearing.
That's up to you.
Why don't we go to the staff recommendation, and then I'll open up for deliberation. I'm not going to close the hearing just in case. No, just in case.
And the staff recommendation is actually just the new MAC recommendation, which is for approval of this. When a application goes before a hearings body, I feel like I represent that hearings body, that decision by that hearings body. So a recommendation would be for approval of this.
Okay, I think that's where I need some more clarification from, is what's the relationship there in terms of how you view your role?
Well, it's a little bit like, if an attorney gives legal advice on, we don't think you ought to go this way, and the board decides they want to go a different way, then that attorney represents the board. In this case, one of the main questions is this taking rural land and making it into urban land? Is that something that I'm losing my train of thought here. Is that something that is meets the planning goals? The city believes it does. The new MAC, which is made up of both county and city representatives, believes it does. Therefore, the efficiency of using this land for future urban development has been determined by those two hearings bodies as being something that is appropriate. And so I did make a recommendation for denial, and I will say that the city planning director made a recommendation for denial at the initial hearings, and it was based on there's approximately 1,500 acres of exception land in the study near the city. And at the time that we made the recommendation, the city was saying, and I agreed with them, that it appeared that 793 acres of that exception land is reasonably serviceable and could be taken into the urban reserve area, and that there wasn't a need. Now, since that time, there's been a whole lot of studies done and information supplied to narrow that down to what is reasonably serviceable. And so that information was presented to both the Newburgh Urban Area Management Commission and to the City Council, and they agreed with it. And so that's the decision that you have before you.
Thank you.
I have additional questions.
Yeah, so now I'm going to open it up for us to deliberate. I'm just not going to close the hearing, just in case we want to continue, but. Okay. Please
All right,
proceed.
so I had a couple of questions for our planning director. So you mentioned, Mr. Friday, that initially you denied the application.
Recommended, no, that's correct.
You recommended that based on, again,
Based on the fact that there is a lot, hundreds of acres of exception land that are surrounding the city of Newburgh.
and the city recommended denial.
That's correct.
And it was the reconstitution of NUMAC, which had not met for 12 years. And then based on, after they had sort of reconstituted as a group, then began discussions knowing that there were to be cases like this.
Yes, and the applicant also did submit additional studies and additional information to try to address the city's concerns and the county's concerns.
So, in other words, your initial, now, the understanding that sometimes when you make a decision and you do a staff recommendation, I know I have relied on that because I've relied on what you used as the criteria. And then and I understand that you're doing this according to, we have an IGA with the city of Newburgh. So based on that, your recommendation for approval is based on going along with what they want, what NUMAC wanted, but not necessarily that you believe that this has passed muster.
What I think,
Is that correct?
pretty close, yeah, pretty close. I was directed by NUMAC to write a staff report approving this, and Doug Rux was directed to as well. And both the staff report for denial and staff report for approval were presented, and NUMAC adopted the one for approval. I do have concerns that if this goes up to LCDC and gets reviewed by them, that it will probably come back and be remanded back to the city. And I really think in this case that it actually ought to be between LCDC and the city and not necessarily between Yamhill County and the city. But if the county board of commissioners does not want to do this, then if you vote no, then we'll hold a meeting between the city council and the board and discuss it.
So then I'm just trying to get a couple of things defined here. You're saying that you don't believe that this application would survive a review by the state.
That's correct. I don't think it will.
Okay, and that also had a little bit to do, or perhaps really informed your initial decision when you looked at the criteria.
Yeah, I just think there's too much exception land that is surrounding the city that you need to reach out to take in farmland. Now, I will say, there's good presentation by the applicant on why they think that isn't true. It's one of those, I don't know for certain, but that's my feeling, is that this doesn't, to me, it doesn't feel like it passes muster. But I'm not the end person on this. It's NUMAC and the city council and the board of commissioners. So your opinion matters an awful lot on to whether or not this should go forward.
But I just, again, clarification, irrespective of what the city does, this is not city. It's
That's
not
correct.
not within the boundaries of Newburgh. And what NUMAC has recommended ultimately, and I think I'm going to echo what Mr. Halliburton said about the county is tasked with preserving farmland. This was farmland, wasn't farmed. Farming is hard work. So I just wanted to make sure we understand what our role is here.
Yes.
Is not to rubber stamp anything
Right.
someone outside of our jurisdiction did. This is entirely up to us.
Yes, and I did want to say, I did find what I think the 68% came from. I'm showing a chart on soils that is table 5, soil capability class of sub-area resource land. And it shows 24% as class 1 and 44% as class 2, which totals 68%. And class 1 and 2 soils are considered prime agricultural land.
So that's approaching 70%
Correct.
without considering class 3 soils, which are still
3 and 4. Yeah.
to be farmable.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I have no more questions.
So I think the way that I'm looking at this is that our role is actually quite limited to making sure the land use process and land use laws are followed. It's nothing to do with the development, really, nothing to do with transportation at this point, or
At-
pickleball.
At this
It's-
point, those, the development questions, if it were to go into the city limits, those development questions would be answered by the city primarily,
Right.
but we would have some ability to comment on them and to, provide our perspective and guidance. But at this point, if this were taken into the urban reserve area, it doesn't allow immediate development. There's
Right.
still several steps that would have to be taken in order for development to occur on the property.
There was a mention of the city in 2011 withdrew their initial proposal for urban reserves and tried the state method. I'm paraphrasing. Because it might be easier.
Yeah, I believe there was there were safe harbors that were that they tried to establish to make it an easier process, and the city tried to do that. Doug Rux is actually on, I don't know if you want to ask him anything about that, but yeah, my understanding is that it was withdrawn and they were going to go forward with something else.
Okay. Doug, if you want to, come on, yeah.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Ken is correct. And so historically, the city was looking at an urban growth boundary expansion, urban reserve, and updating our economic opportunities analysis. And all of those bodies of work ended up getting remanded back to the city. In late 2015, the city council met and discussed what we should do with the UGB work. And the information and data was old. And so the council directed staff to withdraw our application to DLCD. We also withdrew our application on urban reserves as part of that discussion to DLCD. The remand on the issues on our EOA are still outstanding. And Mr. Friday is also correct that when we initially wrote the staff reports to NUMAC, those recommendations based upon the information we had at the time was a recommendation of denial, which led to a series of continuances of the hearings. And the applicant worked with the city staff in coordination with county staff. And there was additional analysis that was brought forward and put into the record. So it's all part of your packet. And Mr. Friday gave you the links to our webpage with all that information. Ultimately, we came back with a report, and NUMAC asked us to come back with a proposal, one of approval version of a staff report and a denial version of a staff report. So we both did that. We brought that back to NUMAC. NUMAC ended up adopting a resolution approving the URA request with a caveat that it excluded 20 acres that was above 300 feet in elevation, because that brought up the issue about a water booster pump station. When we got to the city council had 3 hearings on this. City council modified the NUMAC resolution for recommending approval and brought back in this roughly 20 acres of land that was above 300 feet in elevation with a condition, in summary, is that if that land was to be developed, the developer would be responsible to funding and developing the water booster pump station. So you've heard from the applicant today that those areas might be open space areas, they could be transportation corridors. Again, those are all things to be looked at in the future. Testimony that you've heard today, a lot of it talks about development. But as we reminded NUMAC, and as I've reminded our city council when they were holding their hearings, this is just the designation of land as an urban reserve area. There is no development. There are other processes, and it's been brought up at your hearing today, that if it was designated as an urban reserve, then there's an urban growth boundary process that needs to be gone through. And this land would be evaluated against other lands. Can't tell you if it would be brought in or not brought into the UGB. If it was brought in, then the next step is you have to annex. And then the step after that is development applications. So there are many steps forward on any land. Newburgh does already have urban reserve areas designated. All that information is in your packet as well. Thank you for the opportunity to kind of hopefully provide a few clarification points.
Doug?
Can we ask questions
Yes.
to Doug or Ken?
Sure.
So a comment was made about fast tracking. If this was brought into the urban reserve area, that it'd be fast tracked into the urban growth boundary. Is there much weight to that, or could you be specific? Does anybody know a specific point?
There, Commissioner, I think I would say there is no fast track.
Okay, thank you.
What it is it, again, Newburgh is embarking on urban growth boundary expansion. We just had a meeting with our city council looking about what we need to do, and they've provided guidance to staff. You have to go through the process. You have to follow the statutes and the administrative rules. In this particular situation, if this land was in an urban reserve, it would still have to be evaluated against all lands within a mile of the existing urban growth boundary and other urban reserve lands, and go through that process. And again, I can't give anybody anything close to a definitive if it would be included in a UGB or not.
Thank you.
Questions? Doug? Ken, there was a lot of discussion back and forth about whether or not the city has adopted or acknowledged the.
I'd actually want Doug to answer this. He explained it to me earlier this week.
Okay.
And from what I gathered, I believe that he believes, and I believe him, that it was done properly, and that they have the studies that support this. So, but I don't want, I know enough to be dangerous on this, so I'd rather have Doug answer this question.
Okay. You're back up, Doug.
Thanks, Ken. Thanks, commissioners. So the city has put together a housing needs analysis, an economic opportunities analysis, and a public, semi-public land analysis. We shared that with the applicant at the very beginning of this entire journey we've been on. Those documents have only been accepted by the city council. We received grants from DLCD to do 2 of those bodies of work. So as we were going through this analysis on the urban reserve, we have our adopted, acknowledged comprehensive plan with our future buildable lands and what we need. In this situation, and Mr. Kotzeroff brought this up earlier, is that we have to comply with the new population numbers when we're doing any long-range planning work. And so that was done. We also embedded within the staff reports our existing buildable lands information out of our comprehensive plan. So the not acknowledged but accepted HNA and EOA build upon what is already in our comprehensive plan and provides further clarification based upon the requirement to use the most recent population forecast, which is from 2017. So from the city's perspective, and going through NUMAC and our city council, we took the approach of including our comp plan information in the analysis again, and then the not acknowledged HNA and EOA build upon that and help clarify. Ken, is that pretty much what I said the other day?
Word for word.
Okay, so just in a general sense, I want to make sure I understand. So the city is not necessarily responding to NUMAC in terms of wanting to include this property in the urban reserves. They are in acceptance of it, promoting it, want it to be included.
I would say yes. Based on the city's action, they believe it should be in the urban reserves.
Okay. And NUMAC, was that a unanimous vote?
Yes.
So the concern that we have is that the way that the reserve lands were considered may or may not pass LCDC.
Correct. I mean, that's my concern and my opinion, that this may be coming back to the city if it goes up to LCDC.
And if we vote to approve today, it's still subject to appeal.
It actually automatically goes to
Okay.
LCDC. So, if you voted to deny it, we would have a joint meeting with the board and the city. If you vote to approve it, then it automatically goes to LCDC, and the applicant and the Newburgh would be the ones there defending it.
Could be remanded
And it could be
potentially.
remanded, correct.
What's the purpose and goal of if we deny?
Sorry,
Microphone.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. What's the purpose, if we deny the application, what's the purpose of the meeting between us and Newburgh?
Well, the meeting between yeah, go ahead.
We would work through our differences in why it does not meet the state's requirements. And if we can't work through those, we have to mutually select a mediator so that we can work through it together. So that's the process laid out in our IGA.
And I can read that. And it says the county shall adopt its final decision by ordinance and issue a board order. If the governing bodies do not concur in their final decision within 60 days of the referral of the matter to them by NUMAC, a joint meeting shall be held to resolve differences. If agreement cannot be reached, the parties agree to mediate the issue using a jointly selected mediator.
Okay, so we come to some agreement and then what?
Then we would, I guess it would depend if that requires the city to change their ordinance, they'd have to do that. We would adopt our own ordinance and then it
Right.
goes through the process up to LCDC.
Okay, so regardless, this is going to LCDC.
If this thing's getting approved, it has to go to LCDC.
Now, if you deny it and then hold the joint meeting and then they decide to withdraw it or deny it, then it wouldn't go. But
Right.
otherwise,
Right.
yeah. I will say traditionally, and I realize, doesn't mean anything just because we did it another way before. Traditionally, the board has tried to do their best, and I think this board does it too, to support the cities on what they would like to do. It doesn't mean that, there aren't times where there are conflicts, et cetera, but the city believes they need the land. They've gone through an extensive hearing process to try to determine that they need the land. And usually the board does not say no to that unless they can point to some other issue that is not able to be resolved. So.
Okay, Commissioner, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, so for me, initially, when we started this process with NUMAC, and this is just for me personally, that in 2005-ish, somewhere in there, that ad hoc that was put together, that packet
Mhm.
is full of a lot of information. People put in a lot of time. It was mentioned, the mayors, and that
Mhm.
were part of that committee and wanted to bring this into that. So I gave weight to that. I gave weight to the costs for infrastructure and development for the other properties that were already in the URA, and then compared to this one coming in, other than the upper 20 acres that were above and require a pump station. I didn't know that Newburgh changed protocols on that after we agreed with NUMAC. The other thing was high value farmland. I drove by it. It definitely is not being farmed. It definitely is more of a rangeland to me. Number one thing is that I go for is I always look up for water rights. It does not have water rights other than a small little, I think there's a spring on the property that for some reason has like a little 0.4 acre water right for it. And my guessing that's probably for a barn or
Mhm.
maybe water for animals. Those are the weights that I gave this when I was trying to decide how to vote for it when I was on UMAC.
Okay. Commissioner, any further thoughts?
No, I just, sitting through NUMAC, I got a lot of the base information, and I think my last conversation with our planning director really helped me clarify, going back to the staff report, recommendations, findings, if the criteria was not met, and then we engineer a way to get to the prescribed preferred answer, then I have a problem with that. And I know that this is what you are required to do, just as our county councils are required to do it. But I think if we're looking on the purity scale, it really doesn't pass the smell test of skipping over other lands, lands to get to this particular piece of land. And I have a problem with that, especially with the acknowledgement that this would probably not pass muster at DLCD. And I think a lot of that information is really relative to what is the function of the board here on this decision, irrespective of the other two decisions.
Okay. I want to first make sure that we're clear on keeping the record open. We've come to the conclusion that that's not going to happen. I don't think it's necessary at this point.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay. So I will technically close the hearing then and open us up for some final deliberations. I have not had much exposure to this particular issue on purpose, even though it's been brewing for several years. But I stayed away from it because I knew this would come eventually. So your depth of knowledge is much greater than mine. But I also think our role in this process is quite awkward. We don't typically get involved in cities and UGB expansions and urban reserve expansions and all of that. We typically rely on cities to go through that painstaking process and hope that they're following state land use laws. There seems to be some discrepancy in this in terms of how this was put forward, but ultimately, I think LCDC is going to weigh in and clarify regardless. So I'm not really interested in slowing things down and having a meeting with the city. I'm not sure what that would accomplish, to be honest. So. Commissioners' thoughts, or anybody want to make a motion?
I'm going to make a motion.
Okay.
I think we approve the findings from the Yamhill County Planning and with the recommendation for the request of the expansion of the urban reserve area to include the 95.3 acres of land approved by NUMAC and the city of Newburgh, or city council of Newburgh.
Timeline, 2 weeks is fine for the
Oh,
ordinance.
we haven't
adoption.
voted yet.
Talk about jumping the gun over there,
Jeez.
Jody.
Okay, so motions on the floor. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay, let the record reflect Commissioner Johnston and Commissioner Borshauer voted in the affirmative and Commissioner Starrett voted in the negative. And we will schedule findings for 2 weeks. Okay.
Yep.
Great, thank you. We'll give a moment to have everybody shuffle out and then come back. All right. So we are coming back into our agenda at the item K, which is announcements. I have a few quick ones. I want to recognize our juvenile corrections manager, Scott Posh. Today is his last day. He is retiring after 26 years of service in Yamhill County and 35 years overall in the juvenile justice system. So he will be missed. Huge, huge heart for the kids in our care. And he held that position with integrity and compassion. So very impressive work, and thanks to him for his service.
He will be sorely missed.
I also want to recognize Colton, although he's not here. Today's Colton's last day.
Thank you. Colton.
Thank you, Colton, for your work and time with the county. And he was assistant county counsel in Coos County, and now he's going to go be the head honcho in Coos County. So thanks to Colton. Just a reminder, Monday is Labor Day holiday, so county offices are closed. Anybody else have any other quick announcements?
Just that the local government advisory committee met on Friday. And they're still talking about the $26.1 million rehousing and shelter money for the balance estate. And they haven't designated where that's going to go. They've had 29 submissions for 37 million. So we're just, the wheels of government move very slowly, and everyone is waiting to hear how much we will get. And that is, the planning groups are being facilitated by YCAP in Yamhill County.
Great.
I'm not doing that. Everybody
Zane,
should
are you
attend
gonna
the
stay?
state fair and support our state fair.
Yes.
I think last day.
I did. I went to see the Beach Boys.
Multiple times then. If you've already been, go again. Especially today, it's raining. They're gonna need
Oh, no,
attendance.
that's right.
So just. push
It
those
was
numbers
huge.
back
I
in.
haven't been in a while. It's
Yeah.
huge.
Yep.
But yeah, the Beach Boys were fantastic.
I bet.
They really were.
Little Kokomo.
There were two, I think two of the original founders were there, and then one of like the second round of Beach Boys.
I was
It's
gonna
like
say, are there
version
any
2.
Original ones left.
Yeah.
Can't imagine.
Yeah, and they played for 2 hours and like rocked out for 2 hours. It was awesome.
That's cool.
So it was fun.
That's good.
I attended the Dayton Community Food Pantry groundbreaking. So you weren't quite here yet, but we voted to award $230,000 of ARPA nonprofit grants, grant money, in our Focus on Families proposal. And they have raised, well, I think they've matched that pretty much. They still have a gap of roughly $200,000 if I'm remembering correctly, but they're going to get started at least and do the groundbreaking and all the prep. So I'm hoping they can easily find the rest of that money and get that moving.
Mhm.
But YCAP had their new director there, food. What am I?
Security.
No, food pantry director there. And he's great. He was really excited about it. So it was good to see YCAP's representation there.
And speaking of YCAP, I just want to say a huge acknowledgement to the staff at Youth Outreach and Newburgh Police Officer Woodard. They are quick to respond to kids in crisis and very grateful for their presence, not only in Newburgh, but also the new one in McMinnville.
Okay. Any further announcements? Jody has one.
I will do it. Happy birthday, Commissioner Starrett on Sunday.
Thank you, Counselor Jody.
If you'd like, I will sing.
Okay, go
No,
ahead.
I won't sing.
Please do. Please sing, will you? Okay, thank you.
We have a special treat over in the White House after the meeting. So everybody stay tuned.
Thank you.
Okay. Everything else, anything else for the good of the order? Nope. All right. I will close the County Board of Commissioners formal session for August 31st.